So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mental Health Vulnerable Adult Task Force. Pleased to have you join us today. It's the 30th of June. I guess this is the last day of June. So I think let's do roll call. Do we have folks online? I see Representative Guggenmoss. Who else is online right now? Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a quick roll call, and then we'll get started.
Senator Brennan?
Here.
Senator Crum?
Excused. He will join us remotely and shortly.
Representative Guggenmoss?
Over here.
Representative Lucas?
Present.
Director Shannon?
Present.
Ms. Gordy?
Present.
Department of Education representative?
Don't see anyone yet. We'll excuse them.
Ms. Butler?
Here.
Co-Chairman Ottman?
Present.
Chairman Barlow?
Present. Thank you very much. So we have a great crowd here with us as well. But I think just because we have this is a newly constituted committee for legislators, but we have some of the same folks from the executive branch, and this is a little unique as a task force put together by management councils. We have both legislative members and executive branch members. So just a couple notes about that. One, we can't sponsor legislation. We can recommend it to another standing committee, and then that standing committee actually has to go through their process to do that. But this is a unique opportunity to visit and have a kind of a collaborative approach to some of the challenging issues we have. This is a committee that's been ongoing, I think, for 4 years, 2 years, just 2 years. Okay, it felt like longer. And but I think it's actually done some really good work. Some things have been accomplished. It's actually an outshoot of kind of redesign and some things, behavioral health redesign, and some other things that have occurred in the past. So I think there's still an opportunity potentially to move some things forward. Today is mostly informational, and then a review of bills that we've done in the past. And then at the end of the meeting, we'll talk about, what next steps this task force may wish to embark on. Just a reminder to the committee and to the task force, to the public, this is operated just like a legislative meeting. So everything goes through the chairman. We'll be respectful, and the decorum will be upheld. We'll try to stay timely, concise with our questions and our discussions. Again, this is mostly informational today, and then we'll see if there's a strong need to advance anything in specific. So with that, let's actually do this just for the audience and maybe mostly for some of the new members, even though a couple of us serve on labor health together. But maybe let's just introduce each of us, and we'll start down at this end. If Ms. Gordy, if you wouldn't mind, introduce yourself, what your role is, who you're here on behalf of potentially, and then we'll just go around and everybody can introduce themselves, just so we're all kind of know who we are. So please go ahead, Ms. Gordy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Gordy. I'm the Senior Administrator of the Social Services Division with the Department of Family Services. I'm here today on behalf of Director Corin Schmidt.
And how long have you been, just if you don't mind, how long have you been with DFS?
I've been with DFS since 2008.
Okay, thank you. Director Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stefan Johansson, I'm the Director for the Wyoming Department of Health. I've been with the agency since 2013, serving as Director for approximately 4 years.
Thank you. Ms. Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and public. My name is Elisa Butler. I'm the State Court Administrator for the Wyoming Judicial Branch. I've been with the branch for about 10 years, in the State Court Administrator role for 3, I believe.
Thank you very much. And you who have a new Chief Justice, remind us who the new Chief Justice is, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So Chief Justice Kate Fox retired at the end of May, and now we have a new chief. Her name is Lynn Boomgarten.
Thank you. And retired is a polite way of saying that she aged out. As you know, the Wyoming Constitution has a limit on the age of judges, and so she reached that limit, and so she had to move on. But I think maybe this is too much personal memory, but she's floating on the Colorado River in the canyon right now, in the Grand Canyon. So I hope she's having a wonderful time. All right, my good Senate colleague.
I'm Senator Evie Brennan. I represent Senate District 31, which is Southeast Cheyenne. And
Mother and a healthcare professional.
yeah, and my other jobs, I got 4 kids and work in the ICU here in Cheyenne.
Thank you. Good Co-Chair Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pepper Ottman, House District 34. I'm serving in my 3rd term. My district is rural Fremont County, and I am a wife and a mother and a great-grandmother of 5 now, and I worked in the education system for 17 years. So glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ann Lucas. I'm the representative for Wyoming House District 43, which is southeast Cheyenne and goes all the way to the Colorado border. Not a lot of voters out there, lots of cows. I am in the middle of my 1st term, and I'm having a blast doing that. Married, grandma, mom, 5 grandchildren. I was a banker for many, many decades, and so I get the numbers piece of almost everything, and the rest of it, I may ask some questions. Pleased to be here.
Thank you. Director Shannon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Dan Shannon. I'm with the Wyoming Department of Corrections. I've been with our agency for approximately 18 years. I've been a director for 5 years. And I is similar to Chief Justice Fox and getting close to aging now too. I'll have 40 years in December, so getting closer.
Yours isn't mandatory, though, I don't think. Is that right, Director?
That's correct, sir.
Very
It
good.
may be mandatory.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, most of the folks in the audience will actually be probably presenting, so we'll let them introduce, because it's not quite as easy to have people introduce themselves when there's no microphone and people can't hear you. So we'll do that when we get to them. Thank you to our staff for taking care of us. Anna and Heather, thank you. Any notes we need to have before we get started?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we're good to go.
All right. So now we'll go online. We at least have one person online. So Mr. Guggenmoss.
It's Joel Guggenmoss. I represent House District 55, which is the town of Riverton. And this is my 1st term.
Perfect. Thank you for being here. All right. Nobody else online as far as members? Okay, perfect. All right. So let's get started. Anything, Co-Chair, do you want to make any comments or anything?
No, thank you.
All right. I'm Eric Barlow, Senate District 23, formerly House of Representatives for 10 years, and pleased to be here as well. I think 3 of us, I guess 2 of us serve on labor health together.
Yes.
Oh, 3 of us. No, Joel. Sorry, Joel, you're not in the room, so I can't look right at you. Have to look at the screen. So 3 of us are on labor health together. So some of this we've kind of heard, some of the overview, but it'll be good for the reminder, and it will be good. We can certainly hopefully ask questions and help with that discussion. So, all right, let's get started. So Department of Health, first up. Sorry, we're running a little behind, so make up that time. That's on me, not you.
Mr. Chairman, happy to make up time. Again, Stefan Johansson with the Wyoming Department of Health. We were asked to provide an overview of a few things, Department of Health facilities, and then moving into more specifically the state hospital out in Evanston and the Life Resource Center in Lander and the connection between those 2 facilities. Third, we were asked about some of the issues that crop up in those facilities when it comes to wait times, wait lists, staffing issues at both campuses, in addition to the populations they serve, and kind of what happens on the front end and back end when those issues present. And so for those of you who serve on the Labor Health Committee, some of this will be a little bit redundant from last week's Department of Health overview, but it is more narrowly focused to Department of Health facilities, some of the staffing issues we have, and then at the end we provide an example where you can really see some of these issues and how they affect the broader mental health system in Wyoming. And the example we use is around our Title VII population, which is governed by statute. It's a criminal forensic commitment legal process where folks who are alleged or have been charged or being held for a crime can be ordered for evaluation or treatment by or at the state hospital. And we'll give an example of what happens when we have limited capacity at the Department of Health facilities due to staffing issues or other areas, and how those problems impact courts, impact local jails and detention centers, local hospitals, and just kind of the broader mental health continuum. So you have a presentation in front of you. Appreciate LSO having it up on the screen as well. We're going to start on slide number 3, which just shows a map of all of the Department of Health facilities in the state, and kind of moving through those from the southwest corner up. The state hospital is located in Evanston, Wyoming. It's constitutionally required to be in Evanston, Wyoming. It is the only state-run and state-operated psychiatric hospital in the state of Wyoming, and has existed since the territorial days before Wyoming had statehood. If you start to move northeast, you'll get to the Life Resource Center in Lander. This is formerly known as the State Training School. Now the Wyoming Life Resource Center historically has served populations with acquired brain injuries, developmental and intellectual disabilities. And with these two facilities, the missions have changed by legislative direction over the past 7-8 years or so, and we'll get to some of that detail here in a minute. Moving north from there, we have an assisted living facility in Thermopolis, Wyoming, known as the Wyoming Pioneer Home. It is approximately a 50-bed assisted living facility in Thermopolis. Beautiful facility. For those of you who haven't been there or been through it, we certainly, in all of our facilities, welcome anybody to visit, take tours, et cetera. Just north of there, in Basin, Wyoming, is the Wyoming Retirement Center. This is approximately an 80-bed nursing facility. This was historically Wyoming's tuberculosis sanitarium, and is now a skilled nursing facility, and we'll get to some of the populations that they serve there as well. And last but certainly not least, moving east to Buffalo, is the Veterans Home of Wyoming. Formerly known as the Soldier and Sailors Home, this is a facility that provides assisted living level of care, what in Veterans Administration is referred to as domiciliary level of care, but it's assisted living facility for veterans. Wyoming veterans, Gold Star families can be served there. And recently, in the past couple of years, the legislature had directed the department and the state construction department to construct and build a 36-bed skilled nursing facility on the campus of the Veterans Home. We opened that about 2 years ago. First residents of that skilled nursing facility moved in to the new nursing home in Buffalo about 1.5 years ago. It's, as I mentioned, 36 beds. It's 3 12-bed cottages. And right now we have 2 of those 3 cottages full with census. So approximately 22 residents in the new nursing home working on staffing and filling the 3rd cottage. But we'll get to some details on each facility in terms of population served, but wanted to show a map of where the Department of Health facilities exist. These are all 24/7 facilities of different types, different levels of care at all of our facilities. But a point of pride for me in the department, I think we have excellent staff out in the field, excellent staff in these facilities that really work in some challenging circumstances. Director Shannon and I operating facilities that are 24/7, taking care of some of the most vulnerable or some of the most challenging populations. It's tough, and it's tough to staff. So a big kudos to the folks who work for us out there. And then just a little piece of information for the task force. We're often discussing, debating, et cetera, the Department of Health's budget and staffing levels. We have about 1,400 authorized positions in the Department of Health. About 1,000 of those, a little more than 1,000 of those, so the vast majority are not here in Cheyenne in our administrative offices or program offices. They are out in our facilities that you see on the map here, or in our various field offices like public health nursing, women, infants, and children. That's where the vast majority of Department of Health staff exist. So moving on to slide number 4, and task force, please feel free as I go, don't hesitate to interrupt and ask questions. You don't have to wait until the end. This is something we wanted to provide to the task force. This is a little bit dated at this point. This comes from 2014. The legislature formed a joint legislative and executive branch task force similar to this one to study and develop policy recommendations to the broader legislature on the Department of Health facilities. And this came from back in 2012 and 2013. There was a facility condition assessment across all 5 of our facilities that was conducted on the construction, architecture, physical plant side. And that report, that condition assessment came back with several recommendations on very dated facilities at the state hospital, at the Life Resource Center, at the Veterans Home. And the legislature developed a task force to not only take that study and those recommendations, but also do a lot of work over a couple of years to rethink what the role of the state was in terms of population served at the Department of Health facilities. And this little chart is a very broad, but I think a good summary of what that task force and ultimately the legislature decided was the role of the state health facilities in the populations that they would serve. So you see on the left-hand side of this chart a listing of different types of populations and very specialty populations that the legislature ultimately determined there was a role of the state. In red, you see the Wyoming State Hospital, or WSH, and then in green, you see WLRC, which is the Wyoming Life Resource Center, or WRC, which is the Wyoming Retirement Center, the nursing home in Basin. And if you go through these different populations on the left-hand side of the chart here, you can get a sense of what we've been striving for since the new facilities were constructed, since the legislature remissioned some of these facilities, of who we should be serving. So the first population is ABI. We use a lot of acronyms, so that stands for acquired brain injury, folks who have had acquired or traumatic brain injuries. And DD stands for developmentally disabled or developmental disability. So that population who manifest exceptionally difficult behaviors, which is a term the legislature put in statute, you can see on the acute side. So very short-term acute stabilization. There is a role there for the state hospital. And on the step-down side, you can see in green, so more intermediate or transitional care at the Wyoming Life Resource Center.
No question. Representative Ottman has a question, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the DD waivers, I've been hearing a lot about that, and just a point of clarification, because here it's acute and very serious, but the DD waivers, like out of, I'm trying to think of how they use it. It's some of the people that are in the community now and they are on DDs. Could you just explain that, please?
Yeah, so I'll just, if I could. So the only thing on here that may not, or that will not be in a community type setting is the forensic psych. All of these others there are placements for them elsewhere in the community, et cetera. These are just the ones that have the most exceptional needs that would be in one of these facilities. So the DD waiver, the programmatic, there's hundreds of providers across the state and probably several thousand folks that are receiving those services. These are for that handful of folks that need a different level of care, the highest level of care. So I hope that maybe that'll, for all of these, except for Title VII, because those folks are actually being held by the courts, not by other services. So yes, Representative Lucas, follow up. Another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just follow up. Who determines that need?
Okay.
for the very
We'll go
next.
back to the director for that. I just wanted to give an
Thank you, sir.
overview of, there's lots of folks in the community. These are just for a very small and particular part of that population.
And
Director,
Mr.
for
Chairman,
who determines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Ottman, and Representative Lucas. Great questions. So generally speaking, the only pathway to the state hospital is through the legal system, through the courts. So you'll see, it's a nice segue into the next two categories where you see Title 25 civil commitments. Those are folks who have not committed crimes but are deemed by courts to be dangerous to themselves or others and can be involuntarily committed to the Wyoming State Hospital. And then you have Title VII, which Chairman Barlow was referring to. That's in the criminal system, but folks who might have significant mental health diagnoses, issues, and there's a legal process governed by statute for when that crime or that charge is being levied through the courts, for there to be a mental health evaluation, and in latter stages of that process, potentially even an adjudication of not guilty by reason of mental illness. And so instead of the correctional system or jail, the state hospital may be involved there through a court order. But to answer both questions, everything you see in red here in terms of entry to the state hospital, and I'll say generally speaking because we also have emergency placements that you'll see down at the bottom. There are situations where, folks can be served at our facilities without coming through the courts, but generally when you're entering through the state hospital, it's Title 25 and Title VII. That legal process also has a clinical component per the law in both Title 25 and Title VII, where certain types of evaluations, certain types of clinicians, physicians, mental health providers must do those evaluations and make those recommendations to the court. The judge ultimately decides if a commitment is going to happen or not. So that's generally how the pipeline inward to the state hospital works. But to kind of build on what Chairman Barlow said, you also see several blank white squares here. And those are where the legislature, kind of from the facilities task force from about 10 years ago, really determined that that's not the role of the state facilities. It's really the role of community providers, some of which Department of Health funds through different programs, through Medicaid or the waivers or other mechanisms that the legislature has set up for us to reimburse providers for care. But the white squares that you see there was determined that's not the role of the state, of the Department of Health facilities to provide that care directly. So again, kind of in my mind, maybe not for everybody, an easy visual to see what, at a baseline, what is the mission that we're going for with these populations. With the green boxes, you can see move down to what we affectionately call geropsych or geriatric psychiatric populations. And this is worth lingering on a bit because it gets into where some of the significant mission changes for the state hospital and the Life Resource Center came from the legislature's work over the last 10 years. We noticed over the years that we have had a lot of long-term populations at the state hospital. And if you go back to the red squares here, the legislature really determined it's the primary mission of the state hospital to be a short-term acute stabilization facility. The geriatric psychiatric population is a great example of that mission change because you might have someone who was committed to the state hospital either under Title 25 or potentially Title VII, not guilty by reason of mental illness, and spent 10, 15, even 20 years at the state hospital. As that population ages, their needs really do transition more into long-term care versus acute stabilization psychiatric issues. After the state hospital has done their work to stabilize and treat those conditions, often those conditions are not curable, but they can be manageable. That population aging really becomes in need of long-term care. Think more nursing home type service, assisted living type service versus acute psychiatric service. But we were not successful and unable to discharge those clients to nursing homes around the state or in the country for a variety of reasons. Legal risk that facilities outside of the Department of Health would cite. Sometimes sexual histories or other legal histories with those populations. Behaviors that a run-of-the-mill nursing home may be unwilling or unable to care for, but yet we have those geriatric populations in the state hospital, and the legislature determined that in the remissioning and rebuilding of the Life Resource Center in Lander, that we would build a new skilled nursing facility component to that campus to have a step-down level of care outside of the most restrictive state hospital setting in Evanston. So when you look at the geriatric psychiatric population there, kind of in the middle of the chart, certainly still get elderly folks through the court system, Title 25 and Title 7, that are committed to the state hospital, but the ultimate goal is to more adequately and appropriately serve that clientele at the Life Resource Center's new skilled nursing facility, or with our skilled nursing facility services at the retirement center in Basin. Similar concept for the high medical category. We do have the ability and some specialty care at both the Life Resource Center and the Retirement Center for very high medical clients. Think of folks who might meet some of these other categories with either developmental disabilities or psychiatric issues, but also have more intense medical needs, equipment, BiPAPs, ventilators, et cetera, that are generally speaking less common in again, facilities around the state or country in general nursing homes or general assisted living facilities. So it's another category that the legislature deemed appropriate in both step-down transitional care and some targeted long-term care at those two facilities. And I mentioned hard to place. We use the example of prior sex offenders. Again, just populations that we struggle to find private placement for in either private or nonprofit facilities that the Department of Health does not run. And the legislature made a determination that, again, on a very targeted basis, some of those hard to place clients could be served at the Life Resource Center or at the Retirement Center. And finally, again, we do have statutory authority in a few different instances for emergency placements. Really, this is when either a court, a hospital emergency department, a jail, is dealing with a client that really is extremely unique and very acute, multiple comorbid conditions, and kind of outside of these different buckets of care, either through director's placement authority or through emergency placement authority. We do have the ability in our facilities to step in and help communities, generally on a short-term basis. With a few clients over the years, it has been longer term just because of the very intensive and very specific needs of certain clients, but that you can see across the state hospital and the Life Resource Center, the legislature determining that that was a role for the state facilities. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, moving on, getting more specific, we were asked to give an overview of the Wyoming State Hospital. So as I mentioned, it's a psychiatric hospital. It's built for a capacity of 104 beds. Right now, our staffed capacity is approximately 80 beds, and that's between civil, so Title 25 non-criminal populations, and also forensic or Title 7 criminal populations. There's a mix of both. Our current census is 80. The budget on a biennial basis is around $91 million to operate it. And as we'll talk about with both of these facilities in a few minutes, our primary issues right now at the hospital in terms of operating it, serving the courts, serving law enforcement, serving the jails, is around nurse staffing, direct care staffing, but also discharging to lower levels of care. As I mentioned before, we do have a variety of populations, whether they have developmental disabilities or others, that are ready to go out of the state hospital. But one of our struggles is finding appropriate step-down placement or care as opposed to, discharging to the street or discharging to a homeless shelter. Now, I mention that because this is a uniquely challenging situation at the state hospital where there's both a care component. We're trying to find the best step-down or transitional care for someone who meets criteria to be discharged from the state hospital, and that's not always easy. But at the same time, there's a civil rights component. If you are at the state hospital, especially through Title 25, that's a civil commitment statute where, a district court, a judge through a long, hearing process that can take weeks, sometimes months, has determined that you will be involuntarily placed at the state hospital. And we're very sensitive to that. We do not want to hold people longer than we absolutely have to. And that becomes a tension that we deal with, where someone's ready to go, and the state hospital is a very restrictive level of care. It's a locked facility. And that is a tough balance to navigate, where someone might be clinically ready to discharge, but we don't have appropriate care in their hometown or their community or a residential facility that's willing to accept them. And that's something that we navigate on a daily basis of what is the best way to discharge this client, and what can we set up for them to be successful. And a lot of the work that the legislature and I think the executive branch have done over the years to reform some of our community mental health dollars targets these populations, prioritizes them more. We work consistently and constantly with our developmental disability providers in the communities to try to use that infrastructure to help solve this problem, but it is ongoing, and it is very challenging. Moving on to slide number 6, you can just see a map of the state hospital out in Evanston. On the left-hand side of your map there is the old campus. This is what we moved out of about 4 years ago when the new state hospital was constructed. And on the right-hand side, you can see the new facility that's there. And I know it's a little bit of an eye chart, and you have to orient yourself and adjust your neck to read that, but hopefully just a reference material. You can see the different units there. And just a note for the task force, when we say APS, that refers to Adult Psychiatric Services, which is our civil Title 25 units, so non-criminal. And then when you see CJS, that is Criminal Justice Services, or our forensic criminal wings or units at the state hospital. But the campus on the left there, the old campus, that's all been vacated. Those buildings are no longer occupied, no longer providing, no longer in service. But everything on the right-hand side, it's now a very nice, state-of-the-art, modern, consolidated facility. We cut the ribbon on the new state hospital in the fall of 2020 and started moving patients from the old campus over throughout 2020 and 2021.
Senator Brennan has a question. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions, make sure that I'm understanding things correctly. If you're at 80 beds, but I'm understanding that this is due to staffing. So how much, what would it take? What kind of staffing do you need to get to the place where you could run 104 beds? I'm assuming you could fill those other 14 beds yesterday.
Yeah.
So, Director, there is a chart a little later that talks about vacancies, but go ahead and respond if you'd like to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Brennan, if it's okay to punt for now, we do have a chart that shows those vacancies in a few slides.
My co-chair has a question. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Director, looking at this map, this has been one of my questions, as you know, so I'm glad we have that. It was my understanding that the condition of the buildings and some other things, because it had been because of law and people had put out in the community and stuff, that these buildings were going to be demolished. There are a lot of them that are still there, and I'm hearing now that some of them have been refurbished or are going to be refurbished. And so what I'm wondering is, the populations of the people that we were talking about serving in these buildings, it seems to me as though it has expanded into more of a governmental campus. And so what I'm wondering is what is the goal for the Lander Resource Center? What is the goal for the mental health? Because it looks to me as in those cottages and stuff, there's facility or beds or rooms or whatever for 3 or 4 people possibly in those. So what are we looking at?
So I think the director is going to get to the Lander Resource Center here momentarily. He's not there
Individually?
yet.
Okay.
But I would say that, Director, would you speak to the use of the older facilities? That's actually not under your department. That would be under state construction or another department. So if we have questions about the buildings that have been abandoned, that's probably not for the Department of Health. But would you verify and clarify anything in that, please?
Mr. Chairman, happy to speak to both. So on the state hospital, and we'll get to the Life Resource Center and the infrastructure there, Co-Chairman Ottman. The state hospital's old campus, as I mentioned, we vacated that about 4 years ago fully. And so those buildings are not in use. And again, on the left side of your chart there, you can see a lot of infrastructure there. And some of these buildings go back 100 years or more. Right. When we moved out, or even before we moved out, the legislature and the facilities task force at the time, including the executive branch, before the construction project even started, had numerous public meetings on, is there a county, city, political subdivision, or any entity that's interested in acquiring or repurposing the campus that we would move out of. At the time, again, we're rewinding now 10 years or so, at the time there was not. Fast forward a couple of years from then, the legislature was discussing what to do with the old campus in Evanston when we moved out. And the legislature put a placeholder in the CapCon bill, I believe this was in 2018 or 2019, for a $10 million placeholder to do hazardous material abatement and demolition of the old campus. That year, the CapCon bill failed, and it did not pass. And so that appropriation did not go into place. And so essentially the demolition of the Evanston campus was placed on hold. However, in the last 4 years, the legislature did appropriate dollars out of my budget, reversion savings that we had over the course of 4 years, to put into a state hospital demolition account. To date, that's around $27 million that the legislature put into that account to direct the state construction department in conjunction with the Department of Health to develop plans for hazmat abatement and demolition of the old campus. As recently as last year, there was a budget footnote that prohibited the department, both departments, state construction and mine, from demolishing approximately 5 or 6 buildings of that old campus. And part of that intent was there was some renewed local and private interest in maybe repurposing some of the buildings on the old campus for non-state use. And as Chairman Barlow mentioned, those ultimate decisions on disposition or repurposing of the state hospital, now that we are not operating in that campus, that's not a Department of Health decision. That's a broader legislative or State Board of Land Commissioners decision. However, the money still sits in the account. The demolition project has been fully designed, and we have been waiting over the past year and a half or so for entities, whether public or private, to make proposals to the Office of State Lands for any sort of acquisition, disposition, or special lease arrangement. To my knowledge, one special lease proposal has been submitted that's being evaluated for a trade school that would exist or that would be created to teach construction, demolition, hazardous material abatement. But I don't believe anything has been formally accepted by the state as a repurposing project. So we work with state construction, governor's office, Office of State Lands, and are reevaluating currently if we should put out bid packages for the demolition of the old campus in Evanston. And to be clear, the bid package that went out about a year and a half ago was one phase, kind of the worst first. Some of the buildings that are completely dilapidated, some basements underwater, et cetera, et cetera. And then when the legislature passed the budget footnote that prohibited 5 of those buildings from being torn down, the state ultimately received no bids for that work. So I think there's a balance between what bid package for demolition would be attractive enough to private industry to take on that contract or that project. And so those discussions are happening currently. But we obviously at the state level, and I've been involved touring multiple groups around the old campus of the state hospital, having engineers out there, Some of the buildings, as you mentioned, are in better shape than others, but there's some that are in incredible disrepair. There are seismic issues on that side of the campus. The utility infrastructure that was essentially ripped out when we moved into the new hospital is all centralized steam tunnels. I think utility infrastructure would have to be rebuilt on that side of the campus. So there's a lot of, I think, cost barriers for repurposing there, but something that the state wanted to entertain to make sure we didn't, make decisions too rapidly to not have those considered. But happy to, update this group, this task force, as we go further into the summer on what the plans for either demolition or any sort of repurposing special lease arrangements would be at the Evanston campus. And then Co-Chairman Ottman, we'll do a brief slide on the Life Resource Center, kind of the overview, and I'm happy to answer the same question there as well.
Great, thank you.
So slide number 7, the Life Resource Center, more specifically in Lander. It has 2 levels of care, as I mentioned, an intermediate care facility, which we call ICF, and a skilled nursing facility, which is a new level of care that was built on the campus, directed by the legislature, as I mentioned, going back about 10 years ago. These are both about 50 beds each. Currently, our census is about half, and that's primarily due to, again, what we'll talk about here shortly. We have a significant issue at a few of my facilities, actually all of them, but really acutely felt at the Life Resource Center in Lander and the Retirement Center in Basin with direct care, direct service professionals staffing, both in terms of nursing, CNAs, and what we call DSPs, or direct service professionals that primarily serve those with developmental disabilities. And similar issue at the state hospital. We want this to be a transitional facility for many of the populations that we serve. But we also have difficulty discharging to lower levels of care, community providers, for a variety of different reasons. But let me, Co-Chairman Ottman, address that question. Generally speaking, we built, and I know you've been there and toured it. It was lovely to have you. The new facility, the cottages that are there, were kind of built centrally on that campus, both in terms of the skilled nursing cottages and the ICF cottages. So there was infrastructure, dated infrastructure on the Life Resource Center that was torn down and demolished to make room for that new facility. But we do have houses, we do have buildings kind of on the periphery outside of the new facility that are still operational. And we have some populations, very specialty acute, one of those emergency placements I mentioned that occupies one of those buildings. And the state and the legislature did not direct, full demolition of the rest of that infrastructure. And in fact, this task force 2 years ago was considering whether that infrastructure should or should not be used to address one of the problems the task force discussed with very high needs acute children that either end up in hospital emergency departments or in jails because we struggle to find both in-state and out-of-state adequate residential placement. So that some of those houses are still very much could be in use. But I think it really goes back to that chart we were discussing before of what's the role of the state in serving populations. And we want to be very careful in the Department of Health that we don't take on or build additional government-run capacity in our facilities when it's not clear from the legislature or the mission of these facilities that this is the role of state government, this is the role of the Department of Health to serve these clients. But Co-Chairman Ottman, there certainly is physical infrastructure, as you saw, that's there that could be repurposed, that could be used for other mission components that the legislature would direct us to provide or to open up buildings to serve certain populations. But I do think that overall role of state government and the mission of those facilities is very important there, coupled with if we were to expand capacity for some service line at the state hospital in Evanston or at the Life Resource Center in Lander, as you'll see on the next couple of slides, even if that were everybody agreed, the legislature, the executive branch, we want to expand, we want more beds, et cetera, we would really struggle in these communities to staff those. We are struggling to staff the infrastructure that we have currently for a variety of reasons, including the direct care labor market, and also just the types of facilities that these are and the populations they serve. They're challenging places to work, challenging populations to serve. So recruitment and retention is an ongoing battle in the Department of Health facilities, as it is in the health and human service industry more broadly in Wyoming, just to find adequate staffing levels to provide that care.
Okay, thank you, Director. Please.
On the next slide, number 8, much more of an eye chart. This is a map of the Life Resource Center with a lot of different labels. I won't go through each one of them, but as I was mentioning in reference to Co-Chairman Ottman's question, you can see kind of in the center of the campus there, a meandering sidewalk and cottages on both sides of that sidewalk. That is, generally speaking, where we are providing the vast majority of our care, both on the skilled nursing facility level of care and the intermediate care facility, or ICF, level of care. And again, this is kind of right, it's in Lander proper, but right outside, a 2-minute drive from downtown, and has been, this facility has been in the community for decades and decades and decades. As I was mentioning to the Labor Health Committee last week, in the 60s and 70s, the State Hospital and the Life Resource Center both had over 700 clients that were served. So you can imagine essentially the infrastructure that was needed to provide that level of care for that many residents, and how it's changed over time, both nationally and in the state. As Chairman Barlow was mentioning, there's been a big movement to deinstitutionalize, to serve folks outside of government-run or state-run facilities and serve them more broadly through community programs, whether those are developmental disability waiver providers, mental health residential providers, again, outside of state institutions. So as you saw on the previous slide, the Life Resource Center is built for 100-bed capacity. That's the new facility. And very, very much smaller footprint than, go back 30, 40, 50 years, where a much broader, much wider population was served in state facilities. Okay, moving on, we'll talk, there were several questions, good questions about what are some of the limitations, what are some of the barriers or challenges in operating these facilities. And we wanted to focus on staffing, and we were asked specifically to address some of these staffing issues. I mentioned across all of our facilities that it's really direct care where we're seeing the biggest issues. And the chart on slide 10 really shows across CNAs or DSPs. These are state classifications called HSHS, various classifications for direct care professionals that provide CNA or DSP services. You can see all 5 of our facilities and the vacancies out of the total and the vacancy rate. So starting with the Life Resource Center, you can see this is a significant challenge. Approximately 67% vacant in our CNA and DSP positions as of May of this year. You can go down the chart here. Pioneer Home, our administrator in that facility, does an excellent job basically keeping fully staffed, but it's a much smaller facility, a much less restrictive level of care, not as challenging of populations there. But I will mention a few elements about the Pioneer Home here in a minute, where we have incorporated more of a safety net mission over the last 3 or 4 years with some state hospital discharge clients that have been served at the Pioneer Home, which is both exciting for us, but also for those people's lives that could leave the state hospital and be served in a much more independent facility. At the retirement center, you can see approximately 58% vacant on CNAs, on direct care CNAs and DSPs as of May. And at the Veterans Home, at our new skilled nursing facility, currently 74% vacant on those positions. And I'll get to what we do about that here in a second and talk about some of the policy tensions we have. But the bottom half of that chart shows our nursing vacancy rates. And that's across all of our facilities, basically from bottom to top when you think of all the nursing positions, classifications that exist, LPN or licensed practical nurse, all the way up to registered nurse and nurse managers. So we've averaged these together. You can see We're just under 30% vacant at the Life Resource Center in terms of nursing positions. At the Retirement Center, 67% vacant. And at the Veterans Home Domiciliary, 56% vacant. At the Veterans Nursing Home, 36% vacant. And at the State Hospital, just under 40% vacant. So we essentially have internally with our management, we have some policy options when we deal with these high vacancy rates. We could take bed capacity offline at the State Hospital, the Life Resource Center, the Retirement Center, because we have state positions that we're struggling to recruit or retain in some cases, and we could just do a one-to-one. This is the staff we have. We're going to shrink our bed capacity. The challenge with that is we talk a lot about the state hospital wait list and what that means for courts, judges, jails, local hospital emergency departments, and that wait list and those wait times would grow even more significantly, backing up both upstream and downstream in the legal system, in the general, emergency healthcare system, and in local emergency departments or hospitals. The people are still there. The commitments might still be happening. And so if we shrink bed capacity, that would be a significant impact for those non-Department of Health systems, but still very important state safety net systems. On the other hand, which you'll see on the next slide, slide number 11, is the other option that we have, which is we can't fill our state positions, so we can contract for what you probably have heard referred to as traveling nurses or traveling CNA, generally contract labor or agency labor is what we call this. And so we do that. We don't do it to the full, to answer Senator Brennan's question, we don't do it to the full bed capacity that we could have physically, but really to maintain a certain level of bed capacity at the state hospital, we rely on contract labor. And you can see over the years, we go from 2019 to 2025. Across the board, it's up and down depending on the facility, but across the board in the far right-hand column, you can see we have significantly grown from around 5 million, between 2 and 5 million a year in contract labor costs at our Department of Health facilities to this year projecting to spend just under $17 million in contract labor. Huge expense, something that we do very reluctantly. This is not something we want to do, but when we struggle to recruit those entry-level CNAs or entry-level nurses, we also want to maintain as much bed capacity as we can so that we don't have those consequences upstream in the court system, in the legal system, or in hospital emergency departments. So how do we fund that? We essentially pool our vacancy savings from those positions that we struggle to recruit. And so when there's a vacancy in the Department of Health that lasts over 3 to 6 months, my CFO and I essentially freeze that money, can't be spent elsewhere because we need it to purchase contract labor at the facilities. So it is essentially transferred from what would be state salaries if we could recruit those positions over to these various contracts that we have with contract labor entities that place nurses or CNAs in our facilities. And it really is a challenge because the more we are reliant on contract labor, the more difficult it becomes to recruit those positions because you have a CNA or a nurse working on a state position, literally working next to a CNA or a nurse that's doing a very similar, if not the exact same job, potentially making 2 or even 3 times the salary. So if I were a CNA, if I were a nurse and really like working at the state hospital, and we're saying, please take one of these positions we have, well, the paycheck really governs that decision. And again, it's very similar to what I mentioned about reducing bed capacity. It's not black and white for me as director to say, well, let's just not allow any more contract labor. Let's say no more contract labor at the Department of Health facilities. In the short term, even if that had the desired effect over a year, 2 years, 3 years, because that was not available, we would really cause some havoc in the system with the judiciary, with the legal system, with the jails, where those wait times and wait lists would grow even more significantly. So we had a long discussion with the Labor Health Committee last week about what some of the policy solutions could be to this. And we don't want to be the irritating agency that says it's all about money. There's absolutely a salary component where we work well with Department of A&I, and they've been flexible with us, looking at certain increases we could make within our budget, but also considering that equity component across the state. Not easy answers there, but we've also been at the state hospital. We've been experimenting, and across all the Department of Health facilities, with non-salary policy solutions, things like educational leave, which we do a lot at the state hospital. A CNA who wants to become a nurse, we will pay them their 40-hour a week salary, work them 20. The remaining 20 is to go to school, get their either LPN or their RN, and we give leave. It's kind of a no-cost option if you can staff it to provide educational leave while someone gets a higher certification to potentially take one of these nursing positions we have. Then we get selfish on the back end and say that educational leave, we will calculate what that investment was, and we'll sign a contract with you for an additional year, 2 years, 5 years of service after that degree or certification is completed. And that's been very, very successful at the state hospital. The legislature invested a little bit of money in the Department of Health to increase that or improve that by, we can now offer a limited tuition reimbursement to very targeted positions like direct care at our facilities to not only provide that educational leave, but also invest in the degree itself or the certification itself by offering some tuition reimbursement to our CNAs, to our nurses that want to have that career path. And I'm optimistic about that. Just in the last year, our state hospital has reduced its CNA vacancy rate from, I believe this time last year, it was over 50% vacant for CNAs. And now, as you see on slide number 10, which we went through a little bit ago, we're down to 16%. And actually, in the last month, this has gone down even further. I believe we're at 12 or 13% vacant. So I do believe outside of money and salaries, there are things culturally at the facility that we can do. And this, career pathway that some of our entry-level staff see at the state hospital, we're starting to see the early signs that that could be a very meaningful way to improve this recruitment and retention at the hospital. So kudos to the team, especially the nursing team and director of nursing at the hospital for working with the resources we have to try to improve some of these challenges.
Director, any questions for the director? And Director Shannon, do you have more on this, or do we go to Director Shannon? But any questions for Director Johansson? Yep, Senator Brennan.
Thank you. First of all, kudos on some of these, your educational leave and your limited tuition reimbursement. I think those are great ideas. My question is, how competitive are the wages in these compared to like the hospitals and other surrounding areas?
You'll be surprised that topic has never come up before. Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Brennan, it's a good question. It fluctuates, and so we operate these Department of Health facilities in small towns. So in the small towns that we're in, we're obviously competing with labor, with the local hospitals, nursing homes, even industry, retail, et cetera. So it really depends, but I'll give you a sense of where we are right now in the state with what we can offer. For an entry-level CNA, we're offering anywhere from $17 to $19 an hour. Generally speaking, the entry-level wage is, I believe, $17.90 an hour for a CNA. There are jobs at that level of skill that in Evanston, in Lander, outside of the health and human service industry are paying 20 or over 20. So that is a challenge. For nursing, an entry-level nurse, I can pay anywhere from $31 to $33 an hour right now. The same nurse that I contract for from a staffing agency, we're paying between $70 and $90 an hour. Of that, I'm sure the nurse might receive 40, 50, maybe even 60 out of that, what we pay the contractor after they take their cut, but it is significant. But it's difficult to say in terms of the market. It does fluctuate where we don't have any say or control over what a local nursing home or a hospital or retail entity hires their staff at, but we see it move up and down. And in fact, a couple of years ago, when the legislature invested across the board in state government in state employee compensation changes, in some cases, in some positions, we were higher after that appropriation happened. But then shortly thereafter, various businesses, entities, providers in local communities might raise their wage for a CNA or a nurse to outcompete the state. So it really moves. But I think the data show me that specifically for entry-level direct care labor, entry-level CNAs and entry-level nurses, the state facilities are being outcompeted in these 5 areas.
Thank you. Director Shannon, do you want to weigh in anything with here on staffing issues in this discussion? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, committee members, once again, my name is Dan Shannon with the Department of Corrections. I don't have a presentation for you all today, but I was asked to bring some information and discuss vacancy rates and the impact within our department and what impact that has on our residents and our inmates and our mental health. Very similar to the Department of Health, we have not only the same issues, but we have many of the same individuals. And I think we've studied that in the past and worked hard on how we could reduce that. And it's not just on a local, it's on a national level. We have 5 facilities and 3 adult community correction centers across our state. We, at our Wyoming State Penitentiary in Rawlins, our capacity is 780 inmates. We're at 72% capacity. At the Wyoming Medium Correctional Facility, which is our intake facility in Torrington, we're at 110% with a capacity of 600. At the Wyoming Honor and Conservation Camp located in Newcastle with a capacity of 298, we're at 97% capacity. At the Wyoming Honor Farm in Riverton, we're at 99% capacity which holds 304. And at the Women's Center located in Lusk, we hold 281 inmates and we're currently at 73%. So we're averaging a little over 91% capacity. We have 187 inmates in our Adult Community Corrections Center that's located in Gillette, Cheyenne, and Casper. And that is a halfway house. It's a step down out of our institutions and back into our communities. So the Department of Corrections, we're responsible for 8,000 convicted, a little over 8,000 convicted felons. We have 8 facilities, so we have 24 probation and parole offices set out throughout our state. Very similar to a comment Director Johansson made, we have 1,023 employees in which we have, if we exclude our pro office here in Cheyenne, we have 17 employees in Cheyenne. Our workforce is spread throughout the state. So we have 17 in Cheyenne, excluding our probation office, and the balance is spread throughout the state. We are an agency, we don't release and we don't incarcerate. But we're responsible to do one thing, and our mission is very clear. The question was asked, what is it that we do? Our mission is very clear, that we create less victims. I think any policy publicly, if you don't punish it, it's not popular. But the bottom line is we ensure that our individuals that we return to our society, that we create less victims, and that's our #1 goal. Now, how does that tie in with mental health? Mental health and vacancies have been studied for decades within our field of service. It's no secret, isolation, lockdowns, the percentage of population that is incarcerated, its mental health, how it's changed over the past 3 decades. It's very clear that we do deal with chronically mentally ill individuals. Many of them have substance abuse, a little over 74% that's incarcerated, and many of them have dual diagnosis. Our mental health services are provided at all 5 of our correctional facilities, and that's through our medical contract through NAFCare, and our substance use treatment services are provided by Gateway. While we rely on contracted services for recruitment and retention of those employees, the staffing of these services are also challenging. But I think we're leveled out and we're doing pretty well. Recruitment for therapists and substance use disorder across our state is difficult due to high demand. As I said, it's national, a small number of licensed counselors. Our staffing challenges for providers are similar to the same ones that we face for executive branch employees. Specifically, trends are shown at the Wyoming Women's Center, and we can compare that to our rates at the Wyoming State Penitentiary. During the past year, we've stabilized quite a bit with our mental health provider, and I can report that currently we have one vacancy, and it's a mental health director for our mental health services, and our substance use disorder provider, we have 3 counselor vacant positions. Now, if we can get into the Department of Corrections and how that affects us. Many of you have been informed that we shipped 240 inmates. We relocated them to the state of Mississippi. I know our chairman has stayed on top of that and wanted to know what the numbers that are constantly going. Why did that take place? It comes right down to it, a number of things. One was the safety factor. Number 2, staffing, to relieve ourselves from constitutional issues, from being locked down, and as well as mental health. So I made that decision last year that I believed it was necessary. I accept full responsibility for that. And we really made a push on retaining our staff and how we could change things around. Since then, we've been incrementally bringing back 30 at a time. We have 141 out at this time. We also house 41 individuals in our county jails. It'd be my preference to utilize our county jails, but unfortunately, some are not PREA compliant. And number 2, the level and high custody of our inmates, we just are not able to house in our county jails. With that being said, our staffing has greatly improved over the past year. And how did we change that around? One, I went before the Appropriations Committee and asked for a raise. We were paying $18.26 an hour, went to $25.41. I recognize the member here today asked, how does that compare? We're still below many county jails, but we're getting close. We really took a look at how can we improve our staffing retention. And I can tell you that our numbers have greatly improved. Our retention over the past 12 months is 91%. That's extremely high in the law enforcement field. How did we do that? We changed a number of things. We looked at the way we interact with our staff, our evaluations, simple things that I wouldn't have thought of doing years ago. We put Wi-Fi in our facilities so they can, many of these individuals are working 12-hour shifts. They can say goodnight to their children. If they're working overtime, they can reach out on social media in an unsecured area. We utilize in just changing of clothing, jeans twice a week with their uniforms. We put the why in every one of our policies. We went back for the generational workforces to explain why, the intent of what we're doing things. So that greatly increased, as I said, over the past 12 months, our retention rate for Department of Corrections is 91%. Currently, we have 112 total vacancies, which is 10.95%. That's sitting at our current rate. So that has greatly improved, and we're in much better shape than we were. We do utilize the Wyoming State Hospital. It's very minimal, but within our institutions, we have chronically mentally ill. And there's no doubt about that. I mean, severely mentally ill individuals. Director Johansson has worked with me extremely well. When there is a case for our ladies, more especially those who are expecting a child when they're incarcerated and they're severely mentally ill, we do everything we can, but I'll petition to court and get a hold of Director Johansson. I believe we're saving folks' lives by doing such. So with that, Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'll answer any questions that you may have. There's no doubt that staff vacancies has a direct impact. It has a direct impact on our mental health, and more importantly, I specifically, not to make a statement about to create less victims, but that's really what we do. And as we impact with our vacancies, we have a policy in Department of Corrections. We say 95-5 in you. 95% of our inmates in the next 5 years will be living next to you. And what type of person do you want living next to your children, your grandparents, things of that nature? That's a whole new sense of responsibility. And for that reason, that's why we push so hard to focus on our retention and keeping the staff that we have. Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Shannon? Go ahead, Co-Chairman Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Director, thank you for all of that information. And if it would be possible, could we have a copy of your notes there? I would like the numbers.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Director.
write fast enough. And then also, is there a situation, do you house people life terms? Is that something? And I was encouraged to hear that the conversations between the Department of Corrections and Department of Health is open. But what I'm wondering is, how is the conversations with the county jails and stuff? Is that something that is open or closed, or sometimes people are afraid to fill beds because they may need them, or just how is that working and who makes those decisions?
Go ahead, please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Ottman, thank you for your questions. I will assemble a report for this committee with the numbers. I have chicken scratch all over my notes here, just glancing down, but I'll submit a report. So I'm sorry that I was speaking fast. In terms of individuals who are doing life terms, I believe we have 291. Anecdotally, I think we have 291, but I'll clarify that in my report, individuals doing life within our institutions. I believe we have an outstanding report with the county jails. I don't interact with all of them. I think our needs and direction is a little different. I'm in almost weekly contact with the representative for the Sheriffs and Police Association. Many sheriffs have reached out to me. We work on a number of different things and how we can help each other. Maybe just with a policy, can we send our K-9 units to search their institutions, things of that nature. So I'm certainly open-minded to any conversation that they would do. As I said earlier, with the county, what's difficult is we get very little federal funding. One thing that we utilize is Prison Rape Elimination Act. And I'm a strong support of that because I worked in an environment before that law became effective in our nation, and I've seen the violence that was committed inside of institutions. Some county jails just don't have the resources to provide that, to meet all the standards. They certainly meet constitutional standards. I'm not implying our jails are unsafe by any means. So with that, that's one requirement. And number two, as I mentioned earlier, our custody level of inmates are pretty high. Just because you're a lifer doesn't mean you're at max custody. You could very well have an individual, depending on, we utilize an evaluation system that looks at our assessments are on national standards. And we're looking at it as one is for violence and tendencies, and the other one is, it encompasses your mental health, your education, your addictive behaviors, things of that nature. So just because they're lifers don't really mean that they're high custody, but we have some very unsafe, secure individuals that I wouldn't feel comfortable sending to our county jails and exposing that to our county jails. The facilities just aren't designed for that type of long-term behavior, so that's why. But beyond that, Madam Co-Chair, I'm very open-minded to work with any sheriff.
Thank you. A follow-up, and then I have one. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm very pleased that with your report on conversations with the employees at the Department of Corrections. I'm hoping that that is a trend that we go back to, is finding what is the exit review? What are people really saying without trepidation of being replaced or get in trouble or have repercussions, but to say, what is it? Because we need that in the Department of Education as well as any place or any organization that employs people. What are their concerns? What would help them to be a productive, happy employee? And we're seeing the results from your report, so I just wanted to thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman.
Please.
Thank you for the kind comment. We don't necessarily always have happy employees. We can't telework. We're working 12-hour shifts. We work as Director Johansson said, every holiday, weekend. There's no break. So I think if you classify the questionnaires, we do our own studies, but if you classify the questionnaires, if they're really happy, are they treated the same as other state employees? I don't believe they're not. There's just the nature of the work. But things that we have, the Department of Corrections of Texas did a study about 3 years ago. And what they looked at was, where was the breaking point? Where does staff really feel an allegiance to? They don't know their direct. I go to visit all the facilities and offices, but big institutions like that, they don't know their directors. Many of them don't even know their wardens. Middle management, really, like I say, at the lieutenant level is really what was the draw point. So with that study, I really looked at that, and the determination I made was when we do our quarterly evaluations, we talk about the why in the sense of what's important to them. I preach constantly, what got you in your position is not going to take this next generation. They don't care about that. That's not what's a driver for them. So things that Madam Chair, that I never thought of, I have on our intranet, it's an internal department, I have a blog where staff can write anonymously any question they want and I'll answer it. And boy, there's some tough, that'll make you grow some skin there. But my point is that they can do it privately as well. And that really opened up a sense of channels that people will reach out to say, I don't like your decision, tell me why. Why are we changing to this policy? I disagree, and whatever is important to them. Because it's pretty easy to sit on your backside and say, well, I'm the boss and that's what's important to me, but that is not what drives our workforce or our retention. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I want to clarify, I think maybe just broadly informational for the group. You rely on a contractor for both your mental health, behavioral health, and your medical services. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, yes.
So just for the rest of the task force, it's a little different. The Department of Health employees, many of those folks, we talked about that staffing. Department of Corrections has a agency or a provider that provides that. So while they may have a low vacancy rate right now, it's actually not directly the director's responsibility. It's a contractor that is responsible for that. Anything you want to follow up on that, Director?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. My focus, you're correct, my focus is on our state employees, the executive branch employees to provide the service to our state. And then we have a contract monitor that holds those two contracts. I can't imagine Director Johansson's headaches that he has to say, now we're going to be competitive in the medical field with this wage. So it is a blessing in the Department of Corrections. When I refer to our retention rate, I'm only referring to our employees, though, not to contracted employees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just thank you for that nuance. Any other questions for Director Shannon? All right. We'll continue on. This topic was, I think, requested. Some of these topics came from committee requests. Co-Chairman Ottman had wanted information on the Life Resource Center, State Hospital. This one was I don't recall actually who asked about this one. The facilities with adolescents, with high behavioral. But I think we can move on to that if there's no other questions on the, right? So Director Johansson, if you want to start with this, and then I see some other folks in the audience who might provide information on this. So I guess the background, I'll maybe talk about the background. In the previous mental health task force, high insurance costs, risk insurance costs was one of the concerns, so there was a discussion about that. And I don't know, we didn't come to, I don't think, any resolution with that. So we're just keeping it on the agenda to see if there's any updates or anything that the providers in the community and the Department of Health might have on that. So with that, Director Johansson, do you want to start us off there, and then we'll go to the folks in the audience who are here to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief, just as a recap from what we discussed as a task force last year. Essentially, and there's some slides that give you a better description, but I'll just hit the highlights here. Anecdotally speaking, we had heard in terms of the state's struggle with placing very high needs children. And these are, again, similar to the populations we were talking about earlier. With high needs adolescents, these are, again, kids that might not fit neatly into some of the coverage buckets that we have, whether it's through Medicaid or Department of Family Services, and have some very significant behaviors, conditions, social situations, et cetera. So we work hand in hand with DFS and the Department of Education through an interagency collaborative to do our best to try to find placement for some of Wyoming's most severe youth, and mostly that severity is around behaviors. And so we have cases that, one case comes to mind in particular where we had over 150 denials all over the country from different facilities for a placement of an adolescent. And what a local community in Wyoming has to do is essentially, have that child in a hospital emergency department or in some cases a detention center. Not ideal, but it's a relative handful, a small but very difficult to serve population. We're talking about 10 to 20 of these children at any given time that the state is really struggling to find adequate placement for. So as a small facet of that problem, we heard anecdotal evidence over the last 2 years that medical malpractice liability and liability in general was a problem for community service providers in Wyoming at different levels. So again, residential mental health providers, youth service providers, et cetera, having struggles with insurance premiums and liability insurance going up and up and up, and potentially not being able to say yes to some of these placements when the state is seeking placement for these youth. So again, that liability can look very different depending on the facility, potential damage to property, violence or injury among staff, among other patients, medical malpractice components, and everything from premium increases over the years to potential termination of coverage if there's critical incidents. Again, this is somewhat anecdotal, but the task force last year worked through it as an agenda item so that we could try to better define the problem, see if there was a role of the state or any state solution, which you can see on slide number 22 and 23 of, as something that the Department of Health brought up of potentially amending the Governmental Claims Act statutes to essentially partner with providers on taking on more of the liability risk for this very narrowly defined population, and would that result in better, more frequent placements within Wyoming providers for some of these youth that we very much struggle with. But to not bury the lead here, the task force last year did not believe there was a bill to move forward to move in that direction, to amend the statute that governs Governmental Claims Act to kind of cap that liability or kind of provide a high-risk pool that the state would participate in with providers. That was not moved forward. That was not a bill draft that came out of this committee. So we were asked to kind of give a summary of what that issue was. I think if you talk to the provider associations or their representatives, some of which I think are here today, I think the problem is probably still there, that you have providers that are dealing with high insurance costs, or maybe even sometimes not being able to secure insurance in some cases, or potentially not serving populations because of those issues. But the struggle I think this task force had was, is there a legislative solution, or should there be? And last year's task force did not move forward with anything in this regard. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop after a brief summary. Might be nice to hear in public comment about the details of those issues still existing.
Yeah, thank you, Director. And to take a step back, I kind of, maybe I inappropriate or didn't make a note. There was more slides in your presentation. I think they were more supporting slides, so we didn't go into them, but they were about wait times, such as the consequences of staffing, et cetera. So if somebody has a question about that, maybe we take that up later, but I think there were more, I think we'd got through the majority of it, and those were just kind of supporting information. That's the way I looked at it, and I apologize I didn't give you an opportunity to go through anything. So, but I think for the time being, let's just continue through this topic, and if we want to revisit any of that, we'll certainly do that. And I apologize again to you, Director. Quite honestly, we saw him already in labor health last week, so I said, I've seen that before, I moved on, so my apologies.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Please.
we intended those last few slides on the previous topic to be an example for you. So
Right.
it's specific in Title VII. You can see data on those wait times, wait lists, how they've moved over time.
Right.
So absolutely no apologies necessary. It's more of a reference document for the task force.
Thank you very much. So I see numerous folks in the audience who might be interested in this topic. I think I have Ms. Somerville. Well, I have Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers, and I think that's Ms. Somerville. So would you please join us? And anyone else? I see Youth Services, and I don't know if Andy and, I don't know who's coming up for that. So why don't you come on up? And then other folks that are interested in testifying to this, please let us know. We have some online folks, but they are both K-12 education, I believe. So if they have an interest in doing something besides K-12, and want to weigh in on this one, make sure they raise their hands. And then certainly Mr. Guggenmoss, Representative Guggenmoss, if I'm not trying to overlook you, so flag us if you have a question or want to weigh in. Thank you. All right, Ms. Somerville, please proceed. If you'll introduce yourself and bring your comments to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Andy Somerville, Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers. This is a topic we did spend quite a bit of time on, so I think I'm going to give you a 30,000-foot overview.
Would you pull that microphone just a little closer,
Yep,
please?
absolutely. I'll give you a 30,000-foot overview and then see if the committee has any questions. So what we're talking about really is the concerns about the community-type providers, or mental health providers, being able to provide adolescent residential beds, especially to these high-need kids that Director Johansson pointed out. And the concerns about insurance generally have become more serious. I'd say over the last 5 to 6 years, it's been a challenge. Generally, we think about insurance for these facilities in 3 types. There's property insurance, works just the same as everybody's residential or commercial business property insurance. That's one problem. I'm going to just stop there and say that is a problem that the committee discussed in detail. That is no different than, from our point of view, that is no different than everybody else having struggles with their house insurance and their business insurance and not being able, there are less providers in the market because we have too many hailstorms and too much wind and all of the things. So I'm going to set that off to one side as more of a, that's the exact same problem that everybody else is facing. The other 2 types of insurance for these facilities are a general liability and a professional or a malpractice liability. Now, our facilities provide those either separate policies, bundled umbrella policies. There's a lot of different ways that they can bring those together. The concern really came to a head, and I'll kind of provide an example. About 2 years ago, one of our larger facilities that has taken some of these kids in the past was notified by their insurance carrier that they would no longer be offering this type of insurance in the market in Wyoming. And it was not a long time frame. They didn't give them a lot of warning. So in the scramble to provide insurance, they found that there were very few, if any, that would provide that type of general liability and professional liability for a residential facility that had high-risk adolescents in it. What they ended up having to do was go clear across the ocean to Lloyd's of London and get a secondary insurance market to come in and put all of those pieces together. Now, the great news is that they found the insurance. The unfortunate news is that costs skyrocketed. It was substantial, more than $500,000 a year just for the single year premium to be able to have those types of clients inside their facility. And the bigger impact, I think, is all of our organizations are nonprofits. They believe heavily in their mission. They want to provide these services. They want to serve these adolescents. They want to do good work. Unfortunately, if this continues to go in the wrong direction, it's going to limit what services that these facilities can provide. The worst case scenario is that they have to step out of the market and say, we just can't do this anymore because we can't put the insurance together or we can't afford it, which could be a combination of either or both. These folks have challenges on a daily basis with these kids. This is a population that tugs at your heartstrings and you want to do the work. And it's also really, really hard to do that work. But the ability, at the end of the day, they have to be able to keep the lights on and the doors open and to pay the staff and to do those types of things. So really, as Director Johansson pointed out, the 2 options that we kind of brought to discuss was looking at some type of state reinsurance, is what I'll call it, option. I'll tell the committee that wasn't super popular with my providers. They thought that it would be difficult to work in with their existing insurance policies and premiums. I don't know that it doesn't need further discussion, but on first glance, last year, that was not super popular. The secondary option of limiting liability, that seemed more a concrete answer to look towards. It was simple, it was straightforward. We had numerous conversations with the insurance industry and folks that are providing insurance in this market and were assured, yes, that would help. It would bring down the costs. It would provide the insurance companies, and I'm just going to say, I love insurance companies, right? It would provide the insurance companies some concrete barriers to play in when they are drafting their policies, which would help bring that cost down. So, Mr. Chairman and committee members, that's kind of where we stand. The premiums have gone up from last year. This is continuing to be an issue. I haven't been notified by any of our providers for residential facilities that they were dropped this year. There's some wood right there, I'm gonna knock on it. So I'm happy to report that, but I do think it's something that we need to take a look at seriously or continue the discussions as the committee did last year and worked on, especially with Director Johansson, about especially these 10 to 20 kids, the really high-risk ones that may be the problems to ensure long-term with these facilities. What other options are out there if the community facilities cannot provide or accommodate for those? Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Facilities actually house have a residential type program. So I know my wife, acceptance statement with the providership, and out of your organization, residential community. And then just speak a little bit, we can ask this way in here too, about funding sources. So there are state funds part of this as well. So if you just start with your organization and then sort of fail in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So WAMSAC, our membership includes the community mental health centers, which provide services to both youth, adolescents, and adults on the outpatient basis. And there's one that's deemed a community mental health center that's also providing residential to adolescents right now. And then we also have the PRTFs, or the psychiatric residential treatment facilities, as part of our membership. Those are your two probably highest tier service organizations for residential adolescents within the state. So we've got 3 total of my membership that provide those services right now. In terms of funding sources, so specifically to those children in adolescent level residential care, that's a combination usually of Department of Health, Department of Family Services, and Department of Education money, all braided together in a very complex formula, Mr. Chairman, that I'm going to say is slightly above my pay grade, and I'm happy to defer to the expert because it is complicated the way that that is put together. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just a follow-up on that. Ms. Somerville, could you please tell us the name of those 3 facilities and where they are?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, or Co-Chairman Ottman, apologies. The facilities would be Volunteers of America, and they have adolescent services both in Sheridan and Carbon County at different type of levels. Then there is St. Joe's over in Torrington as a PRTF, and WBI provides PRTF in Casper, Wyoming, and they also have some other acute type adolescent beds in their facility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Andy Schwartz. That's Andy with a Y. This has been a repeated problem in this building. I represent the Wyoming Youth Services Association. On my left is Nicole Hauser, who is the president of the association and the executive director of Cathedral Homes in Albany County. Between Director Johansson and Ms. Somerville, you've gotten a pretty good summary. WISA, basically the 3 elements that they provide that are relevant to this conversation are residential treatment centers, group homes, and crisis shelters. And the insurance issue can be a factor in all 3 of these. We're talking about 10 to 20 high needs adolescents, but the pool's actually larger than that. I think, as you all know, adolescence can be a little unpredictable. So if you have a child who's not identified as high needs, who for either the school district or through the judicial system winds up in a crisis shelter, their actions might be problematic in terms of the liability issues we're talking about. And by the way, let me know when I mess up, because I have not actually ever been a person who works in WISA. But there's a couple of issues that come up with the insurance companies related to these adolescents. The first is anytime a claim is made by one of the providers, that's a trigger to the insurance companies. And a lot of times they will, once there's been a claim, they will terminate the policy. The same is true with DFS investigations, in that once an investigation is started, and these are mandatory in many instances, that is also a trigger to terminate insurance. Part of the conversation last year was whether within DFS they could change their language, because sometimes it is literally about semantics, and using one word is more problematic than another. I'm not going to go any farther down that particular rabbit hole at the moment, but it is a piece of the conversation. And then the third problem is the insurance companies themselves. As Ms. Somerville alluded to, there are a lot of claims. They are seeing an increased number of claims in general, internationally. I'll use the Los Angeles fires as an example. This was not a predicted event that put an incredible burden on the insurance companies. And when they're looking at their business, they're not just focusing on liability insurance for high needs adolescents. It's the entire spectrum, and they tend to want to insure in the areas where there's less risk. And these adolescents are in the high risk category, and it is just from their business model perspective, not a good place to be involved. The quote I got was, they are only interested in the best of the best in terms of the policies they issue, which are going to be basically homeowners insurance for people like us, individuals. And even then, I think we're all seeing the rates are going up. They're in a business to make money. They really are, the primary part of their business is not to make you feel comfortable with your insurance policy. And then you get into these high-risk adolescents, and it's even more problematic. It's a very small group. It's hard for them to spread the risk out. As Director Johansson mentioned, there are potential statutory and budgetary solutions. I think the one model that is somewhat applicable is the local government liability pool, where essentially all the local governments have pooled together. They provide a certain level of funding. The state backstops it and provides at least one employee to manage that pool. I don't know that that will work in this case. I just don't think the pool is large enough, but it might be part of a solution. I'll stop right there. Ms. Hauser, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. All right. Thank you, Chairman Barlow.
Sorry, my mic's not on. Any questions for Mr. Schwartz? No? Ms. Hauser, please introduce yourself and provide your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, committee members. Nicole Hauser, Executive Director at Cathedral Home for Children in Laramie, and the current president of the Wyoming Youth Service Association. Yes, Andy and Andy, thank you, makes it easier, really covered the topic. And as an association, we did submit some materials to you all. One of them is this letter, and it really goes through a survey that we did of our member agencies regarding the insurance issues that we are facing. Work to put that information together for you all as a task force with numbers, cost, things of that sort. I would also just want to recognize, Andy talked about this, but this is a national issue that's facing us providers. It's not just in Wyoming. WISA, we are a part of a national association, and they are also going through a survey process right now. We'll have those results at the end of July. So I am curious about that information and what solutions at the national level that they'll have that I think we can bring back here to our state and see if it's any information that we can carry over. The larger, I think, there's a lot of large issues with this, is there are just fewer and fewer insurance companies willing to do this line of business. So right now in the state of Wyoming, most of us are under the same company, which makes us very nervous. So if that company decides we no longer want to do this line of business, that'll put us immediately as a state in a pretty risky position. We also, as an association, met with the Department of Insurance. Am I saying their name right? Nope. Insurance Commission. My apologies. In December, and really worked with them to talk about our questions. How can we generate some ideas? And that is where one of the joint powers ideas came about. Like, can we access municipality joint powers pool? So there are some other creative things that we're looking at as an association. Again, I think it's just information sharing with you all as a task force. I don't know that we as an association have a specific solution at this point, but if you guys could tell the insurance companies to stop charging us so much, that would be fantastic. As a provider, I can just share with you, our premium increased 17% in 1 year, and I did not file any claims. When we have property damage within our facility, we cover that cost. We don't submit the claims. When we have a vehicle, I have staff that back into posts often, let me tell you, and we just cover the cost of that repair. We do not submit a claim because in the past, when we did, we saw that companies would drop us over what we would consider pretty minor or increase our rates at such a high level that we couldn't do that. So we take on those costs as an agency, and you'll hear this from me a lot, but our provider rates do not meet our cost. And so as these ones increase, what we receive for the level of care that we provide doesn't stay on pace. So with that, I would stand for any questions and give you any provider lens that you would need.
Thank you. Any questions from Southern? Questions? So could you summarize for the three members that you have, I think we're the same three members probably, kind of where you're at. This isn't just about high needs, this is about providing the service, period. Now, high needs are maybe where you have the risk of a claim, higher claim, but you're not talking about the high risk folks, you're just talking about providing any level of service in this residential sphere. So would you just talk a little bit about maybe total number of beds that all of your members have, and if you want to, if you can, or maybe follow up with us so we understand just the scope, or the committee understands the scope of how many beds we're talking about, and then what losing one of those facilities might mean in this already fragile system, or this under resourced system. Great. So please, if you would like, if you have it now, great. If you don't, just follow it up with us, and that'd be great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a total number bed count, but I can tell you of our 17 member agencies, 14 of us provide a level of residential care, whether that be through a crisis shelter, group home, residential treatment facility, or psychiatric residential center. So we do have crossover members. The three are also part of the Wyoming Youth Service Association. As a whole organization, we served over 11,000 individuals in 2024. I included some data also to LSO for the task force. Crisis shelters, 1,100, almost 1,200 youth. That is our largest. They're located across the state. It's really intended to be frontline prevention, intervention based. And kids use that service and spend the night, and that's where you start to see the higher risk pool. Their behaviors may not be at the level of a residential center or PRTF, and yet they might be. Andy talked to that really eloquently about we're awaiting placement somewhere else. So it would be significant. You're looking at services and communities that are hubs facing, it would impact a community immediately. But
Yeah,
I can
thank
get you
you.
a total bed count number. We can provide that.
No, actually, and I apologize. You do have good numbers, as on an annual basis in your report. So thank you for that. I think that one thing I would point out for the committee is the continuum of care that is, I don't know which page it is, but has a line across the bottom and that. If you look at the very top end of that, institutions, which we have a state agency that has 2 institutions, juvenile detention, of course, that's also, they probably actually well covered because they are state facilities, they have governmental claims, and then as you go down the list, there's no coverage. So, but they're still dealing with some of those same children, just maybe haven't reached that level of care yet. So anyway, there's something actually demonstrative in that graph is at one end, there is coverage or there is limitations, at the other isn't. Anything further from our panel? Go ahead. I've got Andy, then Andy. Rock, paper, scissors. We'll go in alphabetical order. We'll start with Andy with an I.
I knew the I would come in handy at some point. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I just wanted to also just add, there was a lot of discussion about these 10 to 20 really high-risk youth over the last year, 18 months. And as providers, we certainly have interest from the providers in trying to provide that service in the community, keep these kids in state, near their families, all of those good things. But what we realized when we were looking at things was it would be simply unfeasible, that there's no economics that work for an agency to potentially generally run like one facility to have these really high-risk kids placed at. There's just not the economy of scale when you're talking about 10 to 20 kids, fluctuating numbers over the course of the year. So what we looked at was it would probably be more feasible, and probably the best option is to break them up and have 2 or 3 beds here, 2 or 3 beds here, and attach to facilities that are already running a lower level of residential care, like a PRTF or a crisis center or something along those lines. This insurance issue definitely affects that. I mean, Mr. Chairman, to your point, where we are talking about the insurance issue creating problems where we may be facing, can we run any of these services at these levels at all? But it also presents a significant hurdle when trying to step into that next level of how do we keep these kids that we know would be served better if we could keep them in state. And not all of those kids can be kept in state, there's special needs, but if the ones that we can keep in state closer to their families and their communities, we would likely break them up into 2 or 3 or 4, maybe at one facility attached to another facility that's already serving kids. So it's just further complexity in that insurance issue. If the high-risk kids push us over and cause risk to the rest of the group, then that's a hard decision for an agency to make. Do you step into the sphere of serving these extra 2 or 3 kids with these beds? If it presents a situation where one claim may go bad and you lose your insurance for the rest of the facility and the other 20 beds that you have that are providing adolescent care, that's a really, really hard choice to make for an organization. They may want to serve those kids, but is that risk of losing the insurance for the entire facility worth it?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Follow up? Yes. Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Ms. Somerville, just a question. We've been talking about the Wyoming, the Land Resource Center. And is that, if we can get that staffing up there, or if staffing comes, is that a place where these at-risk youth can be? It's not an enclosed campus, so I'm not sure exactly what kind of needs these are. And if they are to the very extreme, which some of them I'm sure are, would the current facilities that we have be able to accommodate them?
So, Ms. Somerville, you can respond to the best of your ability, but actually it's probably Director Johansson who will respond to what the mission is and what their capacity is. So you're welcome to give what you like, and then we'll go to Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Ottman, I would just say there was a lot of discussion and an RFI, and I think continuing discussion about the option that might exist at the Life Resource Center. Some of whether it needs to be a locked facility, an unlocked facility, there's a lot of details that go into that, and with your permission, I'm just going to kick it back over to Director Johansson because he is by far the expert on that.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm an expert, God help us all. But the conceptual answer is yes. As we talked about with the buildings that are on that campus, could we at the Life Resource Center provide services for this extremely high needs youth population? And that's what this task force mulled over for the last 2 years. If the legislature should direct the state to expand the missions that you saw today to include those high needs adolescents served at a state facility like the Life Resource Center. That decision hasn't been made. There's pros and cons to it. We want to avoid using state institutional capacity just because if we can serve kids in less restrictive settings and community providers, that's obviously the preferred option. So this task force directed the Department of Health, Family Services, and Education to put out an RFI for any provider or entity to respond to of solutions to serve with residential capacity on a very temporary basis this population that we're talking about. Some of those responses to the RFI came back with, facilities that were not state that would need to be expanded. There were very large capital construction requirements or cost there. And certain RFI responses came back that if the state had the physical capacity or infrastructure, the physical plant, like at the Life Resource Center, what would that cost to contract that service out, but use the state facility as the physical plant? And we ultimately did not move to procurement on that as kind of a three-agency group because the price tag was so high in the response that came back in that request for information. So again, conceptually, it's yes, we have some of that physical capacity there. Staffing is a big concern, both for our current population and any potential future population like this that the legislature might direct us to serve. I think everybody would agree, providers included, that the need is there. And it does fluctuate day to day, month to month, year to year. But averaging it out, you are looking at the highest level of this continuum of around 10 to 20 at any given time period that we're really struggling to find placement in state or out of state for. So it's a tough decision. Right now, I'm proud of the work that our Department of Health and Family Services and Education staff do as a kind of a tri-agency, interagency collaborative. And that we've really improved over the past 2 or 3 years in securing placement and more appropriate services for some of these youth. It's not easy work, and sometimes the answers aren't great of what options are available, but braiding that funding both from Department of Health general funds, Medicaid waiver funds, Department of Family Services funds, and education dollars has kind of been the de facto option of all three agencies that are involved work together and do your best to secure placement, hopefully in state, but in some cases, peripheral states near Wyoming, and in more extreme cases where very specialty services are needed, other out-of-state providers that have that specialty level of care. So hopefully that provides some context. It's possible, but a lot of policy pitfalls, so to speak.
Ms. Gordy, do you have Ms. Gordy, if you want to add anything to challenges your agency participates in this?
Mr. Chairman, sure. Mr. Johansson, Director Johansson spoke very clearly about we do braid our funding to the funding question that you had. So the Department of Family Services, when children are placed in these facilities, we pay for the room and board for those children while they are in those facilities. There is a rate, we do a rate study, which we won't really get into today, but there is a process in place to determine what those rates are based on the type of facility that it is. There are certain circumstances in which we will make an agreement with that facility when we have very high needs and we need that child to remain there, in which we can pay an additional amount. But that is on a one-time basis, and it is something that we don't like to make our general practice when it comes to that. So funding for us is a mixed bag of state general funds and federal dollars, but typically, as we talked about at joint labor, the majority of funding that is going to out-of-home placements is from the Department of Family Services, is our state general funds. I will just comment on what we have with regards to the licensed facilities that the Department of Family Services has, which is done through our Support Services Division, is we have 7 licensed residential treatment facilities. 2 of those are PRTFs, which are done through the Department of Health. There are 345 beds total across all 7 of those facilities. We also license group homes. There are 16 of them across the state of Wyoming that are licensed through the Department of Family Services with 99 beds. We have BOCES, so educational placements, that we have 116 beds. There are 3 licensed BOCES through the Department of Family Services. And then we have 1 juvenile detention center that is licensed through the Department of Family Services. There are other juvenile detention centers, but they are governmental entities and are not licensed through the Department of Family Services. For that one that is licensed, there are 28 beds attached to that facility. And I will just comment to the conversations that we are hearing. We understand at the Department of Family Services, there is a licensure requirement around insurance. I know there has been conversations for quite some time with all of the people sitting at the table up here today, with our agency, with the Department of Insurance, to try to come up with some type of way to get their needs addressed, but also ensure that the needs and requirements from the licensing component of the Department of Family Services are also met. And I think it is a conversation, I'm not sure that we've had one since last year, probably sometime. Ms. O'Connor with the Department of Family Services from the licensing perspective has been heavily involved with those conversations. And I would just say that the Department of Family Services is always welcome to have additional conversations as we try to work through what obviously is an ongoing issue for the providers. And we will say from the Department of Family Services, providers that are very important to the state of Wyoming and to the children that we're serving, especially this very high-need population. And Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions or offer any other information as needed.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the overview of the numbers. Maybe if you don't mind, Ms. Gordy, would you just summarize those in a follow-up email to our staff, just so folks can kind of have that, the different levels of care, the different licensures, et cetera. So there's a little bit of, because we're talking about another 500 or 600 beds of different levels of care in this community. So anyway, I think that'd be helpful. The second thing, I think on this discussion, I want to make sure it's clear to the committee and to us. What we're talking about when there is an investigative process, that serves as a trigger potentially for someone to take insurer or someone to say something going on, we should know about it, or is our risk profile changed? It's not actually something automatic. It's just hey, something's occurring, and you are responsible as an insured to probably actually report that. We've got this, and so that starts this process. If I'm saying anything in that inaccurately, I just certainly clarify it to me. You don't have to, Ms. Gordy, but the providers. Ms. Hauser, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would just echo that. And as providers, investigations need to happen. Like, that is part of our collaborative process. We are making sure kids and staff and everybody is safe. So that process has to occur, and we want it to occur as a provider. What it goes back to is what Andy said of the wording, right? So we have to report all incidents, and then there are certain incidents that need to come. We may even ask DFS to come in and look into a situation, but the wording is what do we have to report to the insurance companies, and at what level is it triggered? So that's what we're working with DFS on at that. Tiering, maybe wording, because that process, as providers, we want everybody to be assured. We want that process to continue. That oversight is really critical to the safety of children within the state, and so it's really trying to work within that to the insurance application.
Thank you very much. Questions on any of this? Either of the departments, Ms. Hauser? Mr. Schwartz, you had something you wanted to add earlier, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first to comment, echoing what Nicole said, it is a good and strong relationship between the providers and DFS. I don't want there to be any sense that there is a problem there. I mean, there's an inherent tension. There needs to be this inherent tension of oversight of the services provided, but I am unaware of any problems in that relationship. What I wanted to bring up separately, prior to being a representative, I was a county commissioner for some time. And during that period, I want to say it was about 20 years ago, we did not have a crisis shelter in our county. And what the problem was, when a child got involved in the law enforcement judicial world, they could not be held in the local jail. And the nearest place they could be held was roughly 2 hours away in another state. And the reason it became an issue for the commissioners was because the sheriff's office had to add to their budget the cost of transporting kids back and forth repeatedly. I mean, because these cases, it's almost every day they had to come back to the county and then be returned to the holding center in the other state. And it was not an insignificant amount of money. And I just bring that up. There's a ripple effect. And if a crisis shelter or a residential treatment center or a group home has to close or restrict services because of insurance issues, many people will be impacted and the costs have to be covered somewhere.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for these presenters? Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for bringing thank you for all the solutions you brought. It's a tough one, very difficult. Any public comment, and I didn't actually offer public comment earlier on the overview of the previous one, but any public comment on any of these topics that we've started? We can start with this youth services one, this high needs, adolescent one, and then we can work backwards. Any public comment? Any public comment? This is like an auctioneer. I'm won 3 times and we're done. We're not doing any more. And there's nobody online for this particular topic. Okay. Seeing no public comment, committee maybe we'll leave directives till the end. Let's take a 10-minute break. We're close to on time, so let's take a 10-minute break. Well, let's just make it 10:45. We'll return and we'll initiate our discussion with Department of Family Services. So we'll see you at 10:45. Thank you.
Joe, one
All right, we'll call the task force back to order. I apologize, I'm again running behind schedule. It's hard to find help nowadays. I didn't say good help, I just said help. Our next topic, Department of Family Services, and well represented here by Ms. Gordy. Our director is traveling right now, enjoying some time with her family, Corin Schmidt, but Ms. Gordy is here, and this is actually a very specific topic that came up during the last task force work and during the legislative session. There was a bill that was offered. So if you would, Ms. Gordy, just kind of give us an overview of this topic and the efforts and the challenges that your agency, not challenges, but the opportunities your agency may have without this language or with this language. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as you had already mentioned, this is a carryover from some previous task force conversations, as well as some legislation that was brought during the last session. I will say, just for those that are new to the Department of Family Services, I know a few of you heard our conversation at Joint Labor last week, but I would be remiss if I didn't start the conversation with just the core values of the Department of Family Services, because I think it does really tie into the work we're trying to do and the way we're trying to engage with the individuals and families that we're serving. And so at a very high level, we really operate under this foundational groundwork and philosophy called Why Home Matters, in which we're truly looking at how do we best serve families with 3 core values, which is keeping children and families safe at home, providing opportunities for success, and supporting the people who support the families. And so, like I said, when we think about confidentiality, it really is important to think about why is it that we would want to be talking about broadening the ability to data share amongst not just our external partners, but also internally within our own agency. And as Mr. Chairman Barlow had mentioned, there was 2, so yes. Yeah. Okay, let me adjust what I have. It's on a short cord. There we go.
I don't have my microphone on. Would you pull your microphone a little closer to you? Because even there's some kind of fan over the top of you that I can't hear very well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the fan that is making my feet freeze. That's what it is. So specifically around the data sharing legislation that this task force supported and that made it to session last year, 2 separate bills, House Bill 48 and Senate File 157, both of which did not pass. But really what was really being looked at was the ability to allow the Department of Family Services, and I'm choosing my words very intentional here, to responsibly share data across state and community partners, and not to broadly share data, but to purposely share data. And really looking to do that in order to connect individuals to services faster. Really want to look at enabling the coordination across our systems. So that system coordination is, we've already heard about with the Department of Health's conversation, we really do engage with the same families and individuals, and that's just 2 of us. And there are many more partners that are engaged with these families. And then finally, the other purpose of that was really to look at those long-term research opportunities and the ability to look at those outcomes and what is happening and can we measure and what are those measurements telling us. And because that, and the legislation didn't pass, but I would say, and our department would say, that secure data sharing, the need for it still exists, and it's going to continue to exist beyond today and into the future. And why, you might ask, why does this matter? Why are we talking about confidentiality? And really around our current statutes and understanding what the current Department of Family Services statutes are and what they provide with relation to confidentiality. We have confidentiality across many of the programs that we administer. Our most restrictive confidentiality statute, however, does fall within our child welfare space and that child protective space, and that's in Title 14. And there's, I think we provided you a handout. So that handout, without reading it to you, will describe to you really what is in that statute, but really it's going to give you the understanding that we are even limited in some instances of sharing aggregate data. So a lot of times we're able to share aggregate data, that de-identified data, but in these specific instances, sometimes we cannot because the statute is very restrictive. That one pager will also identify the instances in which we can share data. Again, it's very limited. One of those purposes, just because Director Johansson had mentioned it, is when we are dealing with a child that has been referred to the Interagency Children's Collaborative, that ICC. So a lot of times those high needs youth. But again, it has to come very formally into that realm in order for us to share that data. And another one when speaking, just because he's sitting next to me, with the Department of Health, is we have the ability to share with the Department of Health when we have a child in foster care, solely as it relates to Medicaid eligibility claims and enrollment, nothing beyond that. So all kids, when they enter foster care, are Medicaid eligible, so we do work with the Department of Health with regards to that eligibility. It can't expand beyond that very specific purpose. Now, there's others that you're going to see in that document, and if you have questions about them, feel free to ask. But this also matters, and it matters because when we talk about serving the families, what happens here is families don't live in silos, but our systems do. And very specifically, they do when it comes to sharing data and having to serve the families. We know within our agency, the families we're serving are accessing not just multiple programs within our own agency, but multiple other agencies, such as the Department of Health, the Department of Workforce Services, likely the Department of Education and others, and even community-based programs where they live. We, again, as we said, having less restrictive laws, not free reign, but having less restrictive laws around data sharing would allow us to serve families upstream. And those of you that are on the joint labor, you heard us talk about this, and really focusing on the ability to serve families upstream and helping them, ensuring that they're getting those economic and concrete supports to really help avoid them coming into crisis and further into the Department of Family Services systems, such as child protection, juvenile justice, and adult protection. And again, it would also help with system coordination, as I mentioned, and then again, that long-term ability to look at our outcomes and to measure. And really what that allows us to do as a system is really to say, is the work that we're doing the work that we should be doing? Is our focus and priorities where they should be? And are we really affecting the families in the way that we believe we should be, and through the purposes of the programs that we're administering? And so real quickly, just a real world example of when we talk about this is just last week, we had a call from the Department of Health, Behavioral Health Unit, around a child who was being discharged out of a facility because they were no longer medically eligible. So the Department of Health reached out just for information to say, what do you guys know? Do you have an open case? How do we help this family? Because those parents of that child were still very concerned about that child, feeling that child was still in crisis, potential for suicidal ideation, etc. Very, again, high complex needs. We were unable to share any information with the Department of Health because it was not related to Medicaid eligibility. So we have no ability to share any information and no ability for the Department of Health and the Department of Family Services to work together to help that family really work through what was a difficult situation and identify the supports and services that they needed. And then that was a really hard, and I think hard on both our staff and the Department of Health staff, and the fact that really they were just trying to do what was best for this family. And unfortunately, we were unable to really assist in the way that I think a family expects us to. And I think that's another component when we really think about this. Families expect, individuals already expect that we share each other's data, that whatever data they have given to one agency, because they are working with multiple ones, they assume we already have it. Now, there are other things which we'll talk about in a second as we talk about the security and the importance of the security of this data. But families are expecting this. And so again, I think this is a true example of where if we had less restrictive confidentiality laws, we would have been able to better serve that family with a child and that was potentially still in some type of crisis, and truly just a family that was very worried about providing for the needs of their children. So then we'll talk about, like I said, there's other real world examples. We don't have to spend a ton of time of those. Some of them really are around, that was one very specifically, right, when we're talking about potentially our social services space. We have other things that happen every single day where we have individuals, maybe single moms or just a family as a whole, who are seeking some type of economic or concrete support. Maybe it's food assistance and coming to our agency for that. But they also need housing, but maybe they also need mental health services, and maybe they need something else that even within our own agency that we provide. And again, we can't share that data across, even though that family or individual probably thinks that we already have. They have to not only provide that data again, maybe 2 or 3 times, depending on how many programs or services that they need or that they're trying to access. But in some instances, unfortunately, I think those families have to retell their stories, potentially retell and relive their trauma, and then coordinate their own care. This isn't to say that individuals and families don't have a level of responsibility and accountability when it comes to the services and accessing the services that they need. But truly, we have done in some ways a disservice in that we are asking individuals and families that are likely, when they have come to our agencies, experiencing some level of crisis, to then go access and navigate, which sometimes I think of like a labyrinth. It is a messy, complicated, and complex web of systems that is very difficult sometimes, I think, even for us ourselves to understand, let alone somebody that doesn't know how these different federal and state administered programs work. So again, as we talk about, if there were updates into our confidentiality statutes, it really would allow us to share that, again, essential information, not all information, help us make those more warm referrals between our programs, and not just handing somebody a name and a phone number, or maybe a website to go look at in order to get what it is that they say that they need. And then it really just eases the burden, and then in our mind really hopes that we will able to help families and individuals get those services that they so need faster, and hopefully again on the upstream and not on the back end. We don't want families to have to come into care. We don't want them to have to come into our agencies. We don't want a family that has to have an open child welfare, juvenile justice, or even adult protection case. We don't want them to have an open case in order to get the services that they need. We want them on the front end to get those services so that they don't ever have to come into our system in that manner. Again, as I mentioned before, security, and I know this is a really big topic, and it should be when we talk about data sharing. And I want to be clear, from the Department of Family Services perspective, we have a commitment to privacy and security, and we have, and we will continue to have that. We don't want to share data without strong safeguards. We take responsibility holding sensitive personal data incredibly seriously. We do it every single day. We, in order to serve families, ask them for some of their most sensitive data, and we have to ensure that we are taking care of that, and they trust us with it, and we want to honor that trust. Our systems, which we are going through, as I think some of you have heard through the session, even through the joint labor, we at the Department of Family Services, and I know other agencies as well, have invested in, and the legislature has supported that, to which we truly appreciate, an IT modernization. So we also are updating our systems, our technology, and how we do the work that we do, and the technology that supports that. And when we do that, these systems are built with federal privacy protections. And we have some of the most restricted and regulated programs that we run that require a lot of protections, not just in our day-to-day work, but in the technology that we use. When we think about this space, we really would only be looking at sharing what occur for approved use cases with formal agreements. We work hard to have data sharing agreements. What would those look like? Even if it's internally, we have them, in the spaces we can now, and that would continue. The legislation that was put forward last session, both bills, provided that there would have to be rule promulgation by the Department of Family Services. So within that rule promulgation is where the Department of Family Services would really have to lay out and identify what it would look like and what would these cases look like when we talk about a referral? What do those referrals look like, and what would the data sharing look like amongst that? What would it look like in those cases of system coordination? And then also in that space of bona fide research. Again, the legislation, just because that is what we had in front of us, that's what the task force supported, there was very specifics that it was around with the director's approval as well. So again, really looking at how do we adjust the data sharing, but how do we do it in a very responsible and limited way that still has a very large impact on the work that we do for the families that we're serving in Wyoming. We within our agency also have been doing a lot of work over the last year and a half because we believe it is our responsibility from a business perspective to understand our data, to understand how data works within our systems, and to understand how data works across our systems within our agency. And so we have taken on the task of understanding and actually putting in place some data governance within the Department of Family Services. So looking at putting in place a structure so that we are not just having data to have data. When we build new systems, it's very easy to capture so many data elements because it's at our fingertips. We are being very mindful that we really only want to ask people for the data that we need for the purposes that we need it, because it is very sensitive data. We're also wanting our agency to have data literacy. We need our agency and those working in the systems and with people every day to understand the data that we're using. And we also want, as part of that, looking at what does data sharing look like and how do we have consistency and what do those data sharing agreements need to have in them to ensure we are doing everything we can to protect the data that is within our systems from the people of Wyoming. One other thing I will share just as it relates to this conversation around data sharing, I was at a National Health and Human Services Conference at the beginning of this month out in Philadelphia, and I was a part of a small group with Director Schmidt and other directors and commissioners of health and human services agencies, and we had heard from the acting secretary for the Administration for Children and Families, ACF. And during this conversation, he really mentioned that we really do have to look at, not just from a state level, but from the federal level, around our silos across our agencies, and that our silos, and that we need to have some ability to share data across in order to better serve families, and that the silos that exist today are a disservice to families. And so I do think that this conversation around data sharing is not just here in the state of Wyoming, it is happening everywhere, and I think at the federal level as well, because everyone's understanding that in order for families to get what families need, and for us as the agencies and the people administering these programs, we need to have the ability to work together, because that's what families expect. With regards to that, I will mention that we know and understand and respect that there were concerns from many legislators during the last session as it related to providing less restrictive data sharing laws to the Department of Family Services. We understand that concern. We do recognize, however, and we believe that transparency, limits, and oversight are critical when we talk about confidentiality and data sharing. The Department of Family Services, when we think about this and whether they become less restrictive or not, we still believe that transparency is important. We have to have clear legal limits on data sharing, but we also have to have, we believe that there should be reporting on how that data is used. We also, oversight, when we think about oversight, it's talking about those data sharing agreements that I had already mentioned. What should be in those agreements, what should be covered, and just at its very foundation, having data sharing agreements in place to ensure that when data is shared, it is done appropriately, and that each agency understands the responsibility of having that data. And then again, as I've mentioned a few times, it really would be, and what we would look at is it being in a very limited scope. When we talk about broadening, which is probably not the term I want to use, but looking at that less restrictive data sharing laws, really we want to make sure there's an understanding that the ask is not around this broad data pooling or disclosure. It's very specific for purposeful uses of sharing data. We're not asking for a blank check, I guess, in very clear terms when we talk about these data sharing statutes and looking at how we can make them a little bit different than they are today. What we're asking from, I think, the Department of Family Services and for the families that we serve are statutes that allow us to do our job. And we're asking for statutes that allow us to do our job better, but that also have accountability tied into that. And also that are, I think, have alignment with values that are not just DFS values, but I would imagine are values of other state agencies, and also I would hope on other parts of the state, which is limited government. We really aren't trying to be in the middle of everybody's lives. But as I mentioned before, sometimes we, the Department of Family Services, become very involved in people's lives. And sometimes that is because those families couldn't get what they needed upstream. And now they are in a very, very tough space, whether it's a child welfare issue, juvenile justice issue, sometimes even on the adult protection space. We also want, I think what everybody else wants, is we want families to be self-reliant. The programs that the Department of Family Services put forward, the programs that we are trying and we engage with every single day and trying to have families connect with, really are looking to ensure that individuals and families have strong families, that they have jobs so that they can provide for those families, and that they have whatever other supports and that they need in order to do that, to go to a job, childcare. Maybe sometimes they need some additional food on the table to help them get through a month. But if they then can get a secure job, maybe they won't need that food assistance anymore. Maybe they need health care. So how do we, when we have a family that walks in our door, whatever door that is, ensure not only that they are getting what they came for that day, but also ensuring if they are struggling, and more than likely they're struggling in other areas than why they walked in the door, they can be connected in the easiest and most efficient way so that they can also access those other services that they probably do need. What we know now is our inability to coordinate across not only within our own agency, but to coordinate across other agencies. It does cost families time. In some instances, it costs families safety and also their stability. We believe that we can do better if we have the tools that allow us to do that. And in some instances, it's truly just the data sharing. Trying to think, I think really, truly at the end of the day, that's our conversation. That's the overview. Those are the reasons it's important to the Department of Family Services to have the ability to share data in meaningful and purposeful ways. And just an overview of what happened last legislative session. And I will stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman, on that topic.
Thank you, Ms. Gordy. Any questions from the task force on this topic? Questions from the task force? So I'm just going to, I don't see any other questions. So we'll take public testimony after actually on this topic separately from the second one. So the way the agenda is laid out, it would be public testimony on both of them, but I think we'll just separate that out. So if anyone wants to take public testimony, but I want to clarify a couple things as we, in this. First, let's start with the federal nexus. You spoke about a conference you were at recently. Do you anticipate, based on the conversations you had in that the federal government is going to be taking a look at some of their restrictions? Because some of this is based in federal law, some of it is state law. So do you think that the federal government is going to take a look at some of the restrictions that they have that may allow greater latitude? First, that's the first question. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's specific action that's going to be taken to look at that very specifically. What I do know is that during that meeting and in other venues, that ACF, Administration for Children and Families, very specifically that federal agency, has asked state agencies as well as others that are not in state agencies to offer areas, because what they are what they want to look at is any spaces of deregulation. Are there spaces that are currently regulated that are causing harm in the way of being able to carry out your job? I don't know that we've heard anything else very specifically around them looking at their regulations as they are tied to confidentiality.
Thank you. Questions? All right, I'll go to a second one. Second one, as you mentioned, federal government, you were there with other states. Where is Wyoming on the spectrum if you will, of restrictive confidentiality. Have other states given some of that relief to that, or are we in the middle of the pack? Do you have any sense of where the other 50 states are in this conversation? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wish I had a sense. I don't necessarily on this specific have a sense of where the other states are, but I believe there was probably something that this agency, when this first came about, has looked into. But I think it is definitely some information we would be more than happy to provide back to the task force if interested.
Okay, thank you. And then this is maybe a more generic question. The interest, the inquiry, or the value of this was seen on a case-by-case basis, not on a wholesale basis. Would you speak to that, please? Or confirm my understanding that it's case-by-case, not wholesale, and if I'm incorrect in that, clarify. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. And how, when we are looking at doing these, while we have three purposes, which really wrap into those individual referrals and that system coordination, those truly are happening on an individual use case in a case-by-case instance. It is not a space in which it is would be a broad release of information in a very general way.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the task force? Seeing none, public testimony on this topic. Again, this is the confidentiality discussion for DFS particularly, and then their ability to interact with other agencies. Yes, Ms. Somerville, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my comments will be pretty brief, but I just wanted to provide a perspective from a community provider that's impacted by the confidentiality work from DFS as it stands right now. So if you can imagine a family that's in crisis, maybe they have a child that's in crisis or other family members that's in a mental health crisis. They've had some type of contact with DFS, and right now that DFS caseworker can give them a sticky note that says, here's your local community mental health center, you should call them. What we know about people that are in a mental health crisis is that that's probably one more step too many. And a lot of times it presents a barrier to people actually reaching out and getting help. If they have to initiate the call, they have to go out and do those steps, find that place, go to that website, track those services down, makes it less likely that they'll actually go through that process, and that it makes them less likely to access care at that earlier intervention level. So one of the things that this bill would allow DFS to do is to provide that information to, assuming they went through the rule promulgation process and decided to do this, would allow it to provide them to maybe contract with community mental health centers or other types of providers. Specifically where this comes into context for our providers is with behavioral health redesign. High-risk families, children and families are a priority population. So we know that there's a high likelihood that these folks may be eligible to receive mental health and substance use disorder services at no charge. So we're also able to remove that financial barrier. But right now, DFS can't send us that referral and say, hey, we think this family could use some services, we think they might qualify, can you case manage this and follow up with them and try to offer those services to the family. We are relying on that family that's in crisis to come to us and track us down. And again, that just makes it less likely that they will enter those services. So from a whole grain perspective of trying to get people services and provide those services, especially to youth and adolescents, this would be helpful to be able to provide that in a more effective manner. Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Somerville. Any questions from Ms. Somerville? Anything from the department you want to add to that? Okay, any questions? I think, Ms. Somerville, you didn't use the term, but I think I've heard it. This is the warm handoff. This is, you've asked for services. Here's someone who can provide them for you. This is a way to do it instead of having a sticky note type approach. So, all right. Any more questions from Ms. Somerville? All right. All right, anyone else want to give public comment on this? Public comment? Seeing none, okay. Thank you, Ms. Gordy, for that one. On this one, we're going to review some bill drafts at the end. This is one of those that is in that section, so we won't take any action now. We'll just get to that point. We'll get a summary from the department, and maybe Ms. Gordy brings in a little more, but, and then we'll decide if this is something that this task force wants to carry forward at that time. So that'll be our action item, will come later in the day. So the next topic we have is guardianships for vulnerable adults. Again, we're going to start with Ms. Gordy on behalf of the Department of Family Services, and then we will go to public comment. And I'll just make a note on this. We do have some public comment. We have some folks who want to make some public comment. And, we're going to try to be solution-based. Certainly people can bring their concerns, their frustrations, and their ideas. But our goal is to try to understand if we can improve something in some way. Not just, have, our personal, sometimes it's very personal. I've been in the committee meetings, 106 people testified on something very personal over 4 hours. So we're going to try to keep this as respectful and solution-based. Concerns, certainly raise your concerns, but not personal. System, how can we make this better for people in the future, maybe even the folks now? So first, we're going to start off with a little overview, Department of Health on guardianships and how you interact with this and things you see, and then we'll go to public comment. So, all right, Ms. Gordy, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I will say, remember the comments made earlier around our values and our engagement and how we serve families. And I know this is very specific to the guardianships, but I want to, just begin real briefly by just reminding those listening into this task force that there's a broader reality when we think about vulnerable adults in the space of adult protection, and that no single agency, no single program, no single funding source can meet the needs of Wyoming's vulnerable adults or those adults that are at risk of becoming vulnerable due to risk factors when we think about lack of social supports, when we think about social isolation, difficulty meeting their basic needs, or some kind of disability, mental health, or substance abuse use disorder, or just insufficient access to resources. And we heard Director Johansson already this morning talking about this specific population and the work that they've been doing around this space around vulnerable adults. And I say that because this task force did some really great work over, especially last year and prior to that, with a focus of saying this is a full system, not just one agency, also a full system in that what is the state responsible for, what are the communities responsible for, because we recognize it has to be a joint effort in order for us to really provide and for vulnerable adults to have the services and supports that they need in Wyoming. And part of that work was really identifying those essential services that the task force worked on. And really, when we talk about the most vulnerable individuals in Wyoming and that system that it takes to provide services such as safe housing, food, security, medical care, transportation, case management, and then someone who cares. And that's where we'll start the very specific conversation. The someone who cares is where legal guardianship may come into play. And legal guardianships, let's be very clear, are one of the most intensive interventions that we can have in somebody's life. So they have to be used only when there are no least restrictive alternatives available. We need to look at them when they're ongoing to ensure that they are still appropriate. And then we also need to ensure that they are supported with the infrastructure across the state when we talk about these guardianships. When we talk about legal guardianships, we are not just assigning a guardian, we're assigning responsibility for someone's entire life. So guardianships are very important for us to think about. Again, when we think about the space of adult protection and vulnerable adults, it is one of the last resorts that we want to have, but what we know is that there are still a number of cases in which a vulnerable adult needs a guardian. And we want to ensure that, it matters when we have this conversation because a guardian can help these guardianships protect individuals in a way, those individuals that are unable to advocate for themselves from abuse, financial exploitation, neglect, self-neglect, along with another various lines of things that can happen. These guardianships enable consent for medical, housing, potentially behavioral mental health treatment decisions. And then also these guardianships do bridge a gap because we do unfortunately have situations when family support is absent, it's unavailable, or it's unsafe. And so I think, and we will talk a little bit more around funding, as Director Johansson said, we don't always just want to talk money, but in some very specific instances and related to guardianships, funding's important and funding matters. And there's two components, at least from when we think about it from the Department of Family Services, and when we're very specific about legal guardianships, there are two things. There is the space in which you have to pay for legal fees. It is a very legal process to get a guardianship in place. It has to go to court. You have to get it ordered through the court. Therefore, attorneys are involved and legal fees have to be paid. That's one time. Then we have part of that is then in that order, they're going to identify and name a guardian for the vulnerable adult. There are now services that are provided by that guardian, which could be for the rest of that vulnerable adult's life. Maybe not, but it could be. So now there are services and things that must be covered and paid for when we talk about when a guardian is actually appointed and what does that look like. And there's only specific, well, you know, the Department of Family Services does not and cannot pay for a guardian for life. And so there are other components that have to come into space when we think about what does that mean to have a legal guardianship and the funding that's around that. I say that just for an understanding around what does it mean when we say legal guardianship. We're talking a couple different things there. Also, who are we talking about? So we say vulnerable adult, but who are we talking about? So within Wyoming statute, a vulnerable adult is someone 18 or older who's unable to manage and take care of him or herself, their property, assets, without assistance as a result of advanced age or some type of physical or mental disability. A lot of those things that Director Johansson talked about, right? Maybe they're developmentally disabled, maybe they have an intellectual disability. We see a lot in our space, the autism spectrum disorder. And so when we think about that, and when the Department of Family Services, when we think about adult protection and we think about legal guardianship, we would be in this space because we have received some type of report of abuse, neglect, self-neglect, exploitation that we would be looking into and potentially becoming involved with. We're also involved outside of that. That again is the most restrictive way that we're going to be involved in the most intensive way. Separate and apart, not necessarily for today's conversation, is the ability of the department to provide some other services to vulnerable adults to help them stay at home with what they need to be safe and secure. What we're talking about now is when we actually have gone beyond that and it has been determined that that adult can no longer proceed in that fashion. I would say that when a lot of people hear guardianship, and I think it's important to understand the definition, and I will say, I think a lot of people immediately think of an elderly individual. I have to admit it, I think when I first came into this space, when I would hear vulnerable adult or guardianship, I automatically jumped to the elderly population. This is not to say that this is not important to that population, it 100% is. I think what we have to also understand is that at least when the DFS is involved, a majority of the vulnerable adults that need some type of guardianship or intervention is our 18 to 21-year-old population. It is those high-risk, high-need youth that even Director Johansson was talking about earlier this morning. Again, they often have those intellectual disabilities, developmental disabilities, the autism, and really, truly, just at the end of the day, very complex mental and behavioral health conditions. Young adults that are aging out of foster care and other spaces really do face a cliff when they hit that age of 18. They're now an adult. But they still need care, they need structure, and then some spaces they need legal decision-making support. These are long-term, high-intensity, difficult to place, and costly to coordinate cases that truly do require collaboration across all of our different spaces, health, legal, and social services. So there is a tie if you think about the conversation we just had around data sharing. These are another spaces in which those are very important when we think about our vulnerable adults as well. So I just say that because I think it's important for us to understand in Wyoming that this is not just a senior issue when we talk about adult protective services, but it truly is, and we have to plan for this the services that are across the lifespan of an individual that might be struggling in this space that have made them become a vulnerable adult. And just real quickly, just some perspective from the Department of Family Services and within our data. Those on joint labor heard some of this or received this data, but within our total caseload, about 20% are clearly identified as an adult protective case. I would, however, say that a lot of those cases that are identified and earmarked as adult protection don't necessarily cover these 18 to 21-year-olds that are aging out of the system that need continued care because they came into our system probably under a child protective services case or a juvenile justice case, and they've now had to transition into this adult protective space. We'll work with them as part of an adult protective case. It just may not be identified in our system. So I think it's important to say that the number that are identified as APS are 20%. It is very likely that it's much higher when we think about these vulnerable adults that have now become vulnerable adults, but were vulnerable youth that have been in the system in and out of home care, and unfortunately do not have a permanent home to go to and do not have a permanent person to take care of them, such as some type of caregiver. Just because we spoke about it earlier, I just wanted to share a little bit of data when we talk about this population of our high needs youth. Director Johansson talked about the Interagency Children's Collaborative, the ICC. When we're looking at this population, we're really looking at an average age of 15 years old. But we're also seeing when they're in our care and at that age, we're seeing a lot of them that have to go out of state. So we, in 2025, and this data is probably a little old, a month or two old at this point, we already had 11 of these children, high needs youth, that we had to look at from an ICC perspective. 9 of them had to go out of state, and they had to go out of state because the services that they needed were not available in the state of Wyoming. And I think that's important when we think about the long-term continuum and the spectrum that these youth, high needs youth go on, because we also know it doesn't really do them a good service when they have to leave their community, potentially have to leave their family or whatever those connections are and go out of state for some very specific treatment. And so we think about that in some instances, those youth at that age 15 are likely some of the same youth we're seeing age out of the system and potentially needing guardianship at the ages between 18 and 21. And again, not just to focus on our 18 to 21 population, because we also know the state of Wyoming is one of the fastest aging states that exists in the United States. And so we also have a very large aging population, and we also have the need at that very senior level for guardians in that space. Again, we always try first and foremost to have and provide those services and supports that allow them to stay in a very least restrictive placement. In a lot of circumstances, however, legal guardianship is necessary. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the funding components from the Department of Family Services and when we think about our current resources and where our gaps are. And I think this is the conversation that came to the task force previously that also then last year resulted in the Department of Family Services with governor's support and the task force support. We made a supplemental budget request, and part of that budget request was additional funding, very specifically for this space of adult protective services, in the space of providing those upfront services, but also around the space of legal guardianship and funding. And some of that is because we at that time, and we had received additional funding from an APS perspective through ARPA, which allowed us to put and expand the funding that we typically have, but we also knew that funding is coming to an end. And just for perspective, for those that may not know, the Department of Family Services receives $80,000 in state general fund every biennium, and about $120,000 in federal funds every biennium. It's $300,000 a biennium to administer services to vulnerable adults in the adult protection space. It's not a lot of money to do what families and individuals need. So again, budget matters. We always, right, we're not here just to talk about money, but money helps us do the work that we need to do, and money helps individuals and families get what they need. without adequate funding. We rely on volunteer guardians. We rely on agencies, others that are maybe unprepared for the role. We also know, probably more importantly, that vulnerable individuals and these adults fall through the cracks. A lot of times they're going to cycle through emergency rooms, jails, and they also then are part of our homeless population. So when we think about where we want to invest, when we talk about the people in the state of Wyoming, vulnerable adults, we believe in individuals deserve investment and deserve an investment that allows them to be able to live a safe and secure life. So part of the conversation we, at least at the Department of Family Services, had, when we put this is just more informational than anything else, is when we put our first request and had the conversation with the task force last year, we had really looked at, well, when we put a supplemental need forward, what does that look like? And what we really had looked at is, what have we spent in the past, very specifically on guardianships? We've spent this much money to get this many X amount of guardianships. So we looked at what we had money to buy. We didn't look at what our actual need is. When I say we, it's not the department's need. We didn't look at what the need is in the state of Wyoming for individuals that need guardians. What that means is we didn't really look at our 18 to 21-year-old population. And so we are starting to explore a little bit more to say, what is our need? So we have the information, we have the data, we have the funding that we talked about last year and put forward in a supplemental that says, this is the money that we've always had, and this is the money that we've put forward, and this is the X amount of guardianships that it has allowed the Department of Family Services to pay for. We're now saying what we know is, right, there's a gap. That funding that we've bought, the number of guardianships that we've been able to help pay for don't meet the need. There's a gap of what we weren't looking at, and the need for additional guardianships throughout a year when we think about the spectrum of all vulnerable adults, 18 to 21 and 22 and beyond, and even further into that 60 and plus space. I think what we would ask from the Department of Family Services for this task force and those listening today, really just to think about some takeaways when we think about the vulnerable adult space and when we think about the need for these legal guardianships, is that very specifically when we talk about aging, our aging demographics are stressing care and budget systems. And not just our aging demographics, but also the fact that our adult protection caseload is very diverse. And not even just caseload. Caseload makes it very specific that means that we are involved in it. But the space of our vulnerable adults is very diverse, and that we have to remember that our non-elderly adults also need protection and guardianship. Very specifically, those high needs. I still call them youth, but they're young adults, 18 to 21-year-olds. We do potentially have caregiver shortages, which amplify the need for formal guardianship and support structures. Not every individual has that formal caregiver or that caregiver that we would all like to think we would have if we fall into a space of becoming a vulnerable adult. So we do need guardians. And finally, we do know that service gaps exist. We have housing, transportation, medical access, court case coordination exists in the state. As we think about serving this population. So we believe that the data and the research and what we know is that vulnerable adults in Wyoming, young and old, need proactive systemic support. Guardianships play a very important role when we think about this infrastructure. And it's not just about having a guardian, but it's about having the right guardian. We want to ensure if a guardianship is happening, that the guardian that the court is ordering for this vulnerable adult is the guardian that is going to be there, that is going to look out for this person's needs. They are competent, they're responsible, they're safe, and they're going to represent the needs of the vulnerable adult that they serve. Our vulnerable people deserve high-quality support and not just to have a court order put in place in order for them to be protected. So what we'll leave with is basically guardianships. Again, we will always want to say They are the last resort, but they are part of the broader system of care. They're in the very end of the continuum. And when it's the right option, we have to be ready and resourced to be able to provide that and act on behalf of those vulnerable adults. Because they deserve no less than to have the care, the services, and the resources so that they can continue to live their life in whatever way that looks like. Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gordy. Any questions for Ms. Gordy? Questions? Yes. Co-Chairman Ottman?
Thank you, Ms. Gordy. And this is a vague question, but as I'm listening to all of this, there's so many moving parts to the Department of Health, Department of Education, DFS. So if a guardianship is in place, one, I'm concerned about people that could use Department of Family Services resources, even if it's temporary, but how would they even know what's available unless they're in the justice system or the welfare system? But secondly, as a guardian, we all know that there's people that take advantage and do different things. So what is the accountability piece for that guardianship, and what is their responsibility?
Ms. Gordy, please.
Mr. Chairman, and Representative Ottman, there may be others that are going to provide some public testimony that may be more equipped and experts to speak to that. But what we do know is, because it is a very legal action, there are requirements that the guardian has to do reporting to the courts. So that's in statute, so that does exist. The other component I would say is, like child welfare, anyone that might see or has concerns of a guardian that, around a vulnerable adult, we still have mandated reporting when it is around adult protection as well. So if anyone is concerned that a vulnerable adult is being abused, neglected, financially exploited, abandoned, those reports would come to the Department of Family Services, and we would review and respond and investigate to those reports if there was merit there. And again, in those instances, we would work, if we found things within an investigation, we would move in a manner that is related to looking into those concerns around potential abuse, neglect, and exploitation.
Okay. Further questions? Further questions? Right. Would you speak to the disposition or the process if there is a report made? It's not like it's in a blotter. So would you just, this is getting into confidentiality. So would you just speak to that process, and if someone is having a concern, makes a report, what that process is, and they may not have no idea what's occurring. So would you just speak to what that is, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow Sarah Serrelson, our DFS field administrator, to answer that question, because she's going to do it much more justice than I am.
We would be glad to welcome
Thank you.
Sarah, what was the name?
Serrelson.
Serrelson. Ms. Serrelson, welcome. Thank you for being here. We knew she had the A-team with her. I'm glad she does. Would you introduce yourself, maybe just give us your title, or a title and then proceed with testimony. And you heard the question is, when you receive a concern, complaint, et cetera, what's the process? And go from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I know this has had to be adjusted. Can you hear me?
A little closer to it.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chairman, committee members. Sarah Serrelson, Field Administrator, Department of Family Services. The question was, when we receive a report, and really it is similar if it is child protection or adult protection, someone calls in, you are able to say you want to be anonymous. You're able to provide your information. It's helpful when you provide your information in case there's follow-up questions, so that someone can reach out and say whatever was missing and be able to provide that. But we put that information at the Department of Family Services into our system, which is WyoSafe, that you all have heard about. And the information that we get is the what is going on, who are you concerned about, how do you know about this information, Why is this a concern? Often the question is, why are you calling today? Is this something that is new? Is it an ongoing concern? And really get the specifics about what it is that is happening. Oftentimes you have a ton of information that you are wanting to share, and so we gather that information. We have caseworkers who respond to those calls Monday through Friday on working days from 8 to 5, and that's to your local offices. So you don't call an 800 number. If you are in Lander, you call the office in Lander. If you are in Riverton, in Riverton. In Cheyenne, you call in Cheyenne. A lot of states have an 800 number that you call in, and we really believe that locally you have the best response because you know people in your communities. So from there, that information then is screened and it's determined, does it meet what is the criteria for abuse or neglect? And laid out in statute very clearly is this abuse or neglect? And if it is, then it is assigned to our investigation track. Now, there are sometimes things that come in that don't reach that level. So an investigation track would be something that law enforcement would be involved in. It's a critical or major injury, things that involve sexual abuse, things that are imminent danger. Those kinds of very extreme situations are an investigation track. Sometimes there is concern that things are going on, but it doesn't rise to that level, and so it's assigned to what we call an assessment track. And so that allows what nationwide is called as a dual track system, so that you don't have to only have investigations to be opened with the Department of Family Services. So if there is an allegation, but it does not rise to the level of needing investigative law enforcement to be involved, then it goes to the assessment track. We also know that there are families that often have situations that have not risen to that level, or you have a vulnerable adult who has self-neglect, and so it doesn't necessarily fit in what would be an assessment or an investigation, because your perpetrator would potentially be themselves in those situations. And so we have prevention tracks, and that happens in both adult protection and in child protection, where you don't have to have an allegation of abuse or neglect, but if there is someone that is worried about something, or oftentimes families will call in and say, I'm really struggling with this thing, can you help me with it? And so a lot of times it's getting connected to services, or it could be that they're struggling with housing, or sometimes they're getting evicted and they need to figure out what are they going to do and where are they and their children going to go. And those are times that we're able to partner with the family to do that. So the decision, once it comes in, is made. You're going to go to one of these track systems. Supervisors in our local offices make that determination. So they decide, is it going to be assigned or rejected? Now, rejected is where it becomes that it's no longer anybody is going to do anything with it, and so it's really closed within our system. When we talk about that we have a gap in some of the services that could potentially be provided or referred out, those kinds of things, it may be worth looking and talking about that gap in services where there's a family that needs something, but it doesn't rise to the level of child welfare or adult protection being involved, but someone is concerned. Could be a school that's calling in and is concerned that kids don't have coats or don't have lunch during the school week. That's not something that comes to the attention of child welfare, but probably a situation where the family needs help. In our current structure, we have a gap in what do we do in those situations, because our options are to open a child welfare case, which we know causes trauma when it is too much of a service, or not opening a case, and then we can't make a referral because the information we have is confidential. And so that's one of those areas when we're thinking about what do we do in those situations. Currently, we close the cases. It doesn't meet the state criteria for us to be involved. From there, we have situations where we either respond within 24 hours or 7 days, depending on what it is that is in the report that comes in. So we have rules and policy and procedure that we have to follow in all of those circumstances and go out and meet with the family and determine whether it is abuse or neglect if it's an investigation, or whether we can provide services to the family, and really in all those circumstances, whether we can provide services to the family. In anything outside of an investigation, it's a voluntary service. So even in the assessment track where we have some level of concern, there is no requirement by the family to accept our services. They can, and I'll tell you, as someone who worked many years going to people's houses in these situations, they can shut the door on you, and that's their right to do so. And that unless it rises to a higher level, that's what has been designed as how the state provides that intervention. And there are good reasons that there is a limit of what it is that we should be involved in at Department of Family Services. But there are also times when families may need or may respond differently when it's not child protection that is responding to their door versus a community agency that could potentially provide some kind of service if we were able to do a referral. I'll pause there for any questions, Mr. Chairman, as far as what happens when it is that we receive a report. A lot of different things happen following that period of time, but wanted to make sure to provide that context of what it looks like for a Department of Family Services caseworker who work so very hard across the state in your communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would, there are some difficult tasks in state government. Caregiver at one of our institutions, in our penal system, and certainly those folks on the front lines of vulnerable adults and children are some of those folks that are very, very challenging cases and very challenging folks that they want to do the best for. So I appreciate them. We appreciate all the work that all of those folks do, and many others in our private providers as well. So any questions based on a summary from Searleson? I think I got it right, Sarah Searleson. Any questions for Ms. Searleson?
Mr. Chairman.
Way over there, Mr. Guggenmoss, Representative Guggenmoss, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a personal experience where I was under one of these investigations. We had pulled our son out of a chemo treatment after he was in remission. And the doctor, who was in another state, actually contacted DFS and reported us. And DFS came to our house, started the investigation, and elevated it by referring the case to our county attorney, who, after I'm not sure how many days it was, called us into his office, dropped the case, said there is no case here. This is a parental rights issue, so we're not going to pursue this. I was happy to hear that, but then I talked with DFS after that and said, okay, so we're good then, right? Well, no, we gotta finish our investigation. I was like, so that kind of caught me off guard because they hadn't even finished their investigation before referring us to the county attorney's office. So I'm kind of curious about that whole process, why after being elevated to a county attorney's office, which they rejected and dismissed, why were we drugged through, I think it was like 3 more weeks of uncertainty of not knowing what was going on while this investigation continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Searleson, obviously you are governed by state statute and rules, et cetera. So you can certainly start with that authority if you'd like to, and then go from there. So please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Representative Guggenmoss, thank you. And thank you for the question. And we definitely find ourselves in a lot of different dynamic situations. I can't speak specifically to your case. I don't have the circumstances, and I also couldn't based on confidentiality restrictions. But what I want to share is that when a case may go to the court system, it's a higher level of burden. And so we would want to allow the court system through law enforcement to have their case to make sure that we're not going to do anything that would interfere with what it is that they're doing. You'll see this frequently with when law enforcement goes out, they're investigating a crime. We are looking at substantiating for abuse or neglect, which is a lower level of substantiation versus a criminal finding in the courts. And so we often have to wait for the court to make that determination. And so you would see that pretty routine in practice, that we would work with the court system, with law enforcement, they would make their determination, and then we have requirements under our rules and through our statutes that we also have to look at it. Because it's a lower level of requirement for abuse or neglect compared to a criminal standing, there are many times where Department of Family Services finds that there is abuse or neglect, but that it did not rise to the level of it being a criminal prosecution. And so those systems are separate. They're often coordinated, but they look at different things and components and have a different level of what is required to do so. So that would be why it was that you would have seen it the way that you saw it play out. And that information, it could be in a circumstance where the courts found that it didn't rise to that level and Department of Family Services found that there was enough evidence to say that it was a lower level of, it's not an unreasonable doubt amount, it's a preponderance of the evidence, and so it's about 51%. So is it more likely than not that this is abuse or neglect? And so that standard is much lower than going through the criminal process. It sounds like in your circumstance that you described that both the court made that determination and the department made that determination. But I will tell you, it doesn't always work out that way, and sometimes it works out in the same way, and other times it would be different just based on the evidence that was available in any specific case.
Thank you. Follow-up, Representative Guggenmoss? Thank you. Further questions? Ms. Searleson? It's I got it phonetically here. I don't know how to spell it. Searleson. Yes. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Question.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. If in fact, in the investigation through the department, if you found that there was, what authority do you have to do? What authority do you have, and what could have been the implications that you would have followed through with?
Go ahead, please, Ms. Searleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Ottman. In a situation where the department finds that abuse has occurred, then a person ends up on the central registry, and they are then listed on the registry that is looked at by employers, teachers, childcare providers, state agencies, and so it lists on there that you had abused or neglected a child or a vulnerable adult, and so that registry is what we hold. Now, what I think you may be asking is around the question of something like removal of a child in a home, and that authority does not fall with Department of Family Services. So law enforcement, medical, a court, those are the folks that are able to determine that a child should not remain in their home, and they have removal authority in Wyoming statute. So every state is a little bit different, but in Wyoming it is the courts or it is law enforcement or medical that make that decision. So as far as what could have happened, so if Department of Family Services said, we are very concerned about a family, we could ask the court to file a petition to have them come in front of a judge to determine are there actions that need to be taken so that the family can be safe so that the child can remain in the home. If we're talking about a vulnerable adult, something like an exploitation that we would be worried about or abuse, we can ask the county or district court to move that forward through the court system, but those are court actions then that make those determinations outside of what Department of Family Services has authority to do. So Department of Family Services accepts placement and care of a child once they have been placed into state's custody. Hopefully that helped answer what you were wondering there.
All right. I have Miss Butler from the Supreme Court, from the court system, has something to provide to us. Thank you. Good to see you this morning.
Mr. Chairman.
Barely before the noon hour. Oh, it's noon.
I had to get a word in. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make one point of clarification, and that is that the courts don't actually file the petitions. So I just want to, I think Ms. Sarelson is exactly right, except for the language is a little bit different, right? So DFS is going to the county or district attorney to determine two different things. One, whether there's a criminal action, right? So the district attorney or county attorney can determine whether the criminal charges should be brought if there's abuse and neglect. And then the second thing, this is when county attorneys wear two different hats, right? So they're prosecutors, but they're also the county civil attorney for the counties, and they assist with some actions for the state. And so there's a criminal action that could be brought against a parent for abuse or neglect, but there's also a civil action. That's the juvenile action that you see when children are taken away from their parents. And then that is a different kind of action than the criminal action. So just the point of clarification I wanted to make is that courts are not actually filing petitions. That's the county attorney. The courts, the judges are the ones who are making decisions based on the cases that are brought before them. So courts are not doing anything active. Courts are passive. They decide cases that are brought before them. So I just wanted to make sure that one clarification was made.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Further questions? Would you just speak to when a complaint or concern is filed with your office, the complainant, what knowledge will they have about the disposition if it never goes to a court? If it goes to a court, it becomes it's a more of a public matter. But what will they know about the process if they do bring a complaint? Please, and whoever would like to go with that.
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Earlson can chime in. I think very briefly and quickly is those records are confidential. And so they don't get to know any of that if that's happening.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I would add also, Mr. Chairman, even if it goes to court, those proceedings are confidential.
Okay.
So they wouldn't know in those circumstances either.
Yeah, in a criminal proceeding, that would be the same?
No,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
thank
just
you.
to clarify. So, thank you to Elisa Butler for the clarification. So when I was talking about the court earlier, I was talking about DFS involved court, which is typically the juvenile court system, and the district court that involves the criminal court is separate. So it's confusing courts, but different, although it's often the same judge, which is why it sometimes seems like maybe it's the same court. But that was a good clarification, so thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further questions from the committee? Mr. Guggenmoss, we're good? All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Gordy, to wrap this up from the agency perspective?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Department of Family Services is good at this point. Thank you.
They're good.
We're
That's
good.
great. So at this time, we'll take public comment on guardianships for vulnerable adults. So anyone, I know there's folks in the room that want to testify at different places or different times. I'm not picking who's going first or last. So if you want to speak to this issue, come on forward. All right. Good morning. Please introduce yourself and your interest in this topic and provide your testimony.
I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman. I'm Emily Smith. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Guardianship Corporation.
Emily, would you pull that just a little closer, please? There you go. Thank you.
How's this, Mr. Chairman? Better?
Better, thank you.
I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Guardianship Corporation. We are a professional guardianship organization. We provide more services than just guardianship. However, in regards to guardianship, we act as a last resort, as a professional, to come in and provide guardianship in cases where there is no other person willing or available or able to provide guardianship. I just wanted to thank Ms. Gordy for her, I think, very comprehensive discussion on guardians, and I think that I have no bones to pick with any of that, Ms. Gordy, thank you. But I did want to answer, I think, a question that Ms. Chairman had about, I guess, oversight of guardians. If I remember right, we've been down the way a little bit since then. And the answer to that about who is providing oversight of guardians, because guardianship is a very, it's a very important position. It is a lot, right? You're making decisions for another person, and that person's rights have been in some capacity taken away. And so how do we make sure that that person is not misusing that power? And so the court provides oversight of guardianship, and I think Ms. Gordy said that reports are made to the court, and that is true. Our court reviews those reports every 6 months, but there's also a provision in the statute for complaints about guardians. And so complaints can come to the court about anyone who is appointed guardian, and there is a process that the court follows about those complaints. You also don't need an attorney to file a complaint. Anyone can address the court about their concern or their complaint. I think the statute uses the word complaint, but their concern about a guardian. So I wanted to just address that issue. And then I just wanted to make sure, it sounds like the Department of Family Services has a specific concern about 18 to 21-year-olds. Wyoming Guardianship sees a lot of cases that sort of run the gamut. We don't get anything that is normal. If my sister needed a guardian, I would just be her guardian. Those are not the type of cases that we're getting, right? Our cases are very unusual. They're very intensive. They're very complicated. Right now, we have about 36 people on a waiting list at Wyoming Guardianship. I would say the majority of those people are people with Alzheimer's and other type dementia. They are what we would consider older adults. And then I would just comment that I think, to expand on something that Ms. Gordy said, people who need a guardian, those people are touching every aspect of our community. They're touching the ER, they're in hospitals, nursing homes, our banks and credit unions, our investment advisors, our mental health centers, our home health care programs. There is not a community program that these folks are not touching because they're just regular folks like the rest of us, and they're getting all of the services that we all use, only they're unable to manage those or process those in a way that we're doing that on a daily basis. And so, it affects every aspect of our community and every aspect of the person's life. So it's a big, complicated thing. Anyway, if anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to try and answer those.
Thank you. I see Director Johansson, you have a question for Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here. Always good to see you. You mentioned 36 on the Guardianship Corporation's waiting list. What are the limiting factors that make people go into the waiting list? Is it staff capacity? Is it money? And how is that waiting list governed? Is it first come, first serve? When a case drops off, you bring the next one on the waiting list off? Or what other restrictive criteria, if any, does Guardianship Corporation use to determine how to move that waiting list?
If you would, Ms. Smith, start with, maybe the waiting list was interesting. I had a note to ask, but how many guardianships you actually, oversee currently, on a whatever average, and then go into the waiting list, if you could, please. Thank you.
Chairman, Director Johansson, those are great questions. So right now, Wyoming Guardianship oversees about 170 guardianships, and they're all over the state. And so to answer Director Johansson's question, Wyoming Guardianship has professionals in different regions of the state. And so the way that we manage cases is that so to back up a little bit, we're also a member of the National Guardianship Association, which is a national organization that manages best practices for guardians. And so as we try to follow those expectations and visiting the person in person, which is very important, we maintain staff that can visit these people in person. And of course, all of us being from Wyoming know that our landscape is difficult. Sometimes it's often very difficult to get to Cody if you're in Cheyenne in the middle of winter. So we try to have staff that are in locations that are able to visit these people. And so to answer that question about the waiting list, each guardian has a specific caseload, and we use a mix of where people are located and how complicated and difficult those cases are to constantly be managing whether our staff can take another case, so to speak. And so it's kind of this fancy footwork dance of where are the referrals coming in from, like where are they actually coming in from in the state, versus our staff and whether or not they have an opening on their caseload based on how difficult and how many cases they have at the time. So that waiting list, so no, we do not take first come, first serve, because if the first person on the waiting list is in Cheyenne and my Cheyenne staff is absolutely full and cannot take another case, we're going to move on to the next person on the waiting list. And so I hope that answers part of your question. The other answer, and again, not to just keep talking about funding and money, but we could have more staff if we had more money. So I think the answer to being able, Cheyenne and Natrona County and Uinta County are where we have most of our cases. And that makes sense to me because we have more people in those counties, and then you look at Uinta County, and that's where we have the Wyoming State Hospital. And so if we had the ability to add more staff in those counties, we could obviously take more cases. So we're limited by both funding and also best practices, not giving people too many cases. We want folks to be able to do a really good job at guardianship, so we're cognizant of their caseloads and those kind of restraints. Does that answer your question, Director?
It does. Mr. Chairman, real quick.
Director, follow-up?
No, it does. Thank you. Very good explanation. Could you, maybe not for my education, but that of the task force and the folks here, what's the demand like for Guardianship Corporation? Where are your customers aside from Department of Health, Department of Family Services? How do you get referrals or clients outside of those mechanisms?
Please, Ms. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Director Johansson, so they come from a variety of places. We do get many referrals from adult protective service workers who are working cases for the Department of Family Services. We get lots of cases from the Wyoming State Hospital. The Wyoming State Hospital is trying to discharge folks, and there's folks that they have identified as needing a guardian, so we get those cases. Some of the other Wyoming facilities that you mentioned earlier today, the Wyoming Retirement Center, the Wyoming Life Resource Center, but we also get a lot of community referrals. We get referrals from people who are just calling because they're worried about their neighbor. They're worried about their family member, and maybe they live in a different state and don't feel like they can provide the service. We get referrals from our hospitals. We get referrals from nursing homes. So I would say there's pretty much no community agency that does not give us referrals, but they come from a variety of places.
Further questions? Co-Chairman Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Do you work under the Department of Health, or where does your funding come from, or your payment?
Thank you. Go ahead, maybe talk about your structure of your company and then funding sources. Thank you.
Sure. Madam Chairman, the funding, so we're a private nonprofit. We've been in existence since 1997. So I would say, although we have Wyoming in our name, we're not a governmental organization. We are a private nonprofit. And so we have a mix of funding. We provide fee-for-service programs, which means we're charging the people that we provide services to, and we're receiving fees from that. And then we do receive a variety of state grants that provide us funding.
Thank you. Follow-up? I guess any other follow-up? for Ms. Smith? I have one question. Would you speak, and this, if you don't want to get into this, that's fine, but one, are there other entities in the state of Wyoming providing similar services as a entity, not individuals for a family member? One, and two, are there other states that have different models for guardianship? So those two questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I love this question, so I will happily speak about it. That, to my knowledge today, there is no other organization in Wyoming that provides professional guardianship. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but as far as I'm aware, no other organization is dedicated in Wyoming to providing professional guardianship services. There are many individuals who volunteer or, as a family person, what we would call a lay person, but not a professional organization. And now I already forgot the second part of your question. Oh, what are other states doing? It came to me. So they're doing a variety of things, and guardianship, kind of like Department of Family Services, every single state has a different statute. Every single state has a different approach to guardianship. And so that makes it a little bit wild to figure out what's going on. But there seems to be, the three biggest approaches are nothing. So there are states that don't have any approach to guardianship. There are states that are providing grant or contract funding to private companies or private, entities, kind of like what we're doing here. If Wyoming Guardianship were to receive funding to provide guardianship from the state, so that's one way. And then another way that some states are doing things is there are governmental organizations that are providing guardianship. So if you take a look at Nebraska, the state of Nebraska has a public guardianship office. And I think some of you may know, LSO did a little bit of research, but Wyoming briefly had a public guardianship office in the mid-90s. Colorado has a public guardianship office. It started out as just for the Denver metro area, but my understanding is that they're expanding that across the whole state. And there are some states that use a county model where you actually have an elected official that is the department head of the Office of Public Guardian, but it's by county. If you look at Missouri and some sort of southern Midwestern states, they have this other type. So people are doing a mishmash of things, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Questions from the task force? Questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Any other public testimony? Representative Stiver, do I see you moving toward the microphones? All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. So, Ms. Marsliff, I think you've been picked to go first, so we're so glad you're here. We've had a conversation a little bit in the hallway and prior to here, so I know you have a story, a family story that you want to tell, and tell us what your concerns are, maybe what you think some solutions might be. So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like to share.
Okay. My name is Kathy Marsliff, and I'm here because my 93-year-old mother is under guardianship. And my concern is that the guardianship is depleting her financial money before she'll need it to be in a home. My mother has first stages of dementia. She is, right now she's in and out of knowledge. She has episodes where she's not quite sure what's going on. She also has episodes of total clarity. And my husband and I moved in with her on February the 1st to be her caregivers for 24 hours a day. He's a retired deputy sheriff of 27 years. And after the guardianship took over, they decided that my mother needed 12-hour-a-day care to the tune of $13,000 a month, which by the time she needs care will have depleted all of her financial. She will then be forced to sell her home and be put in a nursing home or assisted living home or care memory. We moved in so that my mother could stay in her home and be comfortable for as long as she could be there and have some peace. I have tried to work with them. Supposedly, right now, we're working on a new schedule, and I gave it to them 2 weeks ago. And nothing has been done other than the fact she's been dropped to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, since I'm new to this, I don't quite understand why. The only thing we were told is that an anonymous report of abuse, that my husband and I were abusing my mother, had been reported. And when I asked why it is not being investigated by DFS or by law enforcement, I was told it would be handled in-house. That was 4 weeks ago, and nothing yet has been done.
Thank you. So thank you for being here. I know it's challenging. So I think you heard earlier, and I asked some questions very specifically. You're not going to hear about what investigative process is going on because that is confidential, so you won't get reports. Doesn't mean something hasn't happened. I'm looking toward the Department of Family Services to get affirmation. Doesn't mean something isn't or hasn't happened, but unfortunately there is no reporting back to the complainant about where the process is. Am I understanding that correctly, Ms. Gordy? Just affirm, you don't have to add anything to it if you don't want, just affirm that for Ms. Marsleff.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. As far as the person that has called to make the report, they would not receive anything. It's not necessarily the same if they are the person
Right.
that is included as part of the report.
Yeah, and that's not something that they have the option of including or not. They don't have that option because of confidentiality. So I just wanted to be clear about that. I know that's I can certainly see why that would be a frustration, but I don't know that they have the latitude to circle back with you. So thank you. What else does anybody have any specific question? Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Marsleff?
I would like to add that we have been taking care of my mother full-time since February the 1st. When we were told that she had a disability where she's on level, she can fall, she's a very high fall risk. And with the dementia, we were told that she would need 24 hours care. So we moved in on February the 1st, and we've been with her ever since. My concerns are that nobody's asked my mother how having 4 and 5 different people a day coming in to take care of her is affecting her, how it's upsetting her that her house is in turmoil. She's 93, she's upset to begin with, and this is not helping her dementia whatsoever. It's making it progress faster. And I don't understand why Guardianship is not asking her for any input or information.
Thank you. I know it's very difficult, very difficult. Representative Stiver, I think you're going to provide some information about what other states, you had a little research done, I think, so please proceed. Good to see you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, committee, Representative Stiver, House District 12. I am a guardian myself. I've got guardianship over my kids. One started at 18, one just started here a year ago. All right. My oldest daughter's MS. She has dementia. She was tested. We went through the stuff. I'm her guardian. My son, juvenile, I got guardianship when he turned 18. So I've been through this. And yes, every 6 months I go in with my attorney and request updated on the guardianships. I have to turn in payee, because they're both on SSI, they only have X amount of money. I have to turn that in to the court so they can see that we're not stealing from them. All right, that needs to happen. Back in 1993, the Wyoming legislature passed the Wyoming Public Guardianship Act. And it sunsetted in 98, I believe. Let me make sure I got my dates right. Yeah, 98. I've requested the report that was supposed to come out in October 1st of 95, but also the rules and the procedures that were set up by the AG's office back then. But if you actually look in the old statute, which had been prior to the 89, let me make sure I got that right. It says, in no case shall the cost of fees be allowed in the amount which would unreasonably diminish the ward's estate or also to, I can't pronounce the word. Substantiate, endanger the ward's financial dependence. That was taken out in 89 when that law was repealed. In the statute now, let me go here if I can find it again. In 32201, powers and duties of the guardian, it says exercise care to conserve excess funds for the ward's future needs. We need, and we all, us legislators understand words mean things. We need to actually look at this. Nobody's looked at the Wyoming Guardianship or the Guardianship statutes since 89, or 98, excuse me. I'm dyslexic today, excuse me. Since 98, nobody's looked at these guardianship and nothing's been done. We need to look at this and make sure that we have one agency here in the state that's supposed to be a nonprofit charging $90 an hour for guardianship. Plus they do conservatorship. And I've talked to quite a few people. This is not the first instance I've had phone calls on. I've had them from UNA County. I've had them from Ventrona County about the conservatorship and the funds that are just going away. Like my constituent Kathy here, she had 4 different caregivers come into her house yesterday. 4, because they'd come in for a couple hours, leave, another one would come in and leave. That's not good on somebody with dementia. And the other problem is, in my understanding, is Homestead's charging $35 an hour for each one of them. I know that the caregiver ain't getting that. And then on top of that, and I've already talked with the director for Department of Health, they're not certified, they're not licensed in this state. They're not CNAs, they're not licensed. So if they're in a house and somebody falls down, they're gonna have to call the fire department or somebody to come in that's qualified to move them. Where you've got nursing homes that are CNAs that are trained to do that. We really need to take a hard look at the guardianship and the conservatorship to make sure that these people are not being taken advantage of. I've got more research coming. I can send you, committee, I'll send you the information I've got already compiled. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Starver. Any questions for the representative? Questions? I mean, I will be interested when you talked about it. Obviously, you were not reading the entire statute, and conserving the estate is much different. That was from that earlier law than protect excess funds. There are no excess funds. Anyway, so anyway, I just found, at least I keyed on that. As you know, Representative, we've served together for now, I guess, 8 years. We've got to find solutions, if there are maybe some solutions. So I'll continue to listen to you about statutory things we can do that might be helpful in this case. So, or not in this case, but in the broader sense.
Within the broader sense, because we need to take care of.
Please follow up.
Everybody from, in the future. That's why we need to look at the statute. And it's, I've got my own opinions, but I don't make them.
That's a
It's a-
shocker. You have an opinion?
Yes, I do.
I'm pretty
But
shocked.
we need to work as a group to update this, to make sure people are taken care of in the future, and that they have funds, if there is funds, especially in the conservatorship side, and the right people are working there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Questions for either of our, thank you very much, Ms. Marsleff. Go ahead. You got
one
something more? Go ahead.
In LSO 24-192, doing the reports once a year would be great. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
This will be a draft bill we'll look at this afternoon. That's what you're looking at. Okay.
I'm saying, I'm
Thank
giving
you.
a thumbs up.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Ottman?
Thank you. Ms. Marslow, I was just wondering, it must have been something that went to the court to investigate, and then the $13,000 per month, who does that go to? And
Home Instead.
So go ahead.
And my
Go ahead.
mother-
Go through me. So I think there's two questions in this. One is the care services, but the other is the court. The complaint doesn't go to the court, it goes to DFS, but maybe initiating the guardianship, would you talk about that maybe? Thank you.
I signed the paperwork because I was told that they would take care of my mother. They would listen to what she and I felt was what she needed, because we live with her 24 hours a day. I live in her backyard, she lives in my front yard, but we moved into her house so she would have 24-hour care. And the fact that her money is being depleted quickly, and in 10 months, she will be financially without money until the house is sold, is a concern for me, because we're there. There is no reason for caregivers to be coming in and out of her house and disrupting her and her peace of mind. So that's my big concern about this, is that not only is it financially going to bankrupt my mother in 10 months, but it's affecting her mind and causing the dementia to progress faster. Caregiving and a care memory is anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 and up a month. That's going to deplete anything that she gets from the house in a very short time. And my mother's health is good otherwise. It's her mind that's going, even though she is 93. So the waste of her money is my concern.
It's very
And I
challenging.
have addressed it, and I'm not getting a very good response or quick response to it, or any response.
Thank you. It's very challenging. Well, we appreciate you sharing your story. I know it's not easy. Thank you,
you very
Representative
much.
Stiver. Further questions? Seeing none, further public comment. Further public comment on this topic? Mr. Shumway. Great to see you today.
You too. Sam Shumway, Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, Sam Shumway, AARP Wyoming. I will be very brief because I know it's lunchtime, past lunchtime. Ms. Gordy talked about the supplemental funding request that was made to the legislature in the last session. My understanding is that came largely out of the work of this task force. That funding is critical, as we heard from the Wyoming Guardianship Corporation. They have a 36-person wait list, and I'm assuming that it's growing. I would just urge, before we leave this topic, that this task force will again consider a funding request as we come into a budget session to ensure that we are able to address some of these shortages and some of these needs around guardianship in our state. And so that's essentially my testimony. I'll stand for any questions. But I just wanted to make sure that this task force was fully aware that that I think there's an expectation that something will be done to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Shumway. And if you can answer this, or Ms. Gordy, could you remind me, but remind all of us what the dollar amount of the request was, I think, and maybe what the specific language was in the governor's supplemental budget. Ms. Gordy, if you'd like to go, he made the pitch, you give us the details.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the ask that was in the supplemental budget last year, again, I will reiterate that ask was based on what we had previously bought, but that ask was in two parts. One part was for case services, so those supports and services such as housing, et cetera. Outside of the guardianship, there was an ask for that, and then there was an additional ask for legal fees and guardian fees, so very specific to guardianship, at the total of just over $500,000 per year. That was the supplemental request last year that was put forward, approved by the governor. As we know, the supplemental budget did not move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Anything you want to add to that, Mr. Shumway?
No, thank you.
You didn't want to say we could use more?
Well, one of the things I'll say is that my understanding is that the supplemental request was made in part due to, there was some federal funding, some CARES Act funding. I think it was $5 million over 3 years to support guardianship services. That funding expired in October, I believe, and therefore we have a gap. We have we asked for $500,000. We had $5 million over 3 years to support guardianship services. And so that's a real funding gap. And as I think Ms. Gordy really eloquently put it, these are real needs. These are, in her previous testimony, these are real needs, real people, and that 36-person waiting list is real, and it's growing. And, to the extent that we can provide support, I think it's going to be critical moving forward to those folks and that growing list of people that are going to need these services.
Thank you, Mr. Shumway. Questions for Mr. Shumway? Seeing none? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this brief. I'm Ann Clement. I am the Executive Director at Wyoming 2-in-1. We are a statewide nonprofit. We are essentially the call and information center for the state with a database of about 3,100 resources. But we are also the Aging and Disability Resource Center office for the state. So we do have a navigator who is based in Casper. Carrie receives calls from people daily. We also take in emails and text messages from folks looking for help, not only for themselves, but for their loved ones, as we know that most of the informal care that happens across the state here is for those that are living in that space with that vulnerability. So I would just echo the comments about the need for the additional guardianship. I'm happy to provide the committee with some numbers as to how many folks we serve, but we do, like I said, take those calls daily to connect folks with people to SSI and SSDI, Medicaid applications, things of that nature that are on that high level, but we often come across folks who are looking for those guardianship support services. So we would just encourage that ability to be able to continue to do that.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Clement? No questions? All right. Any other public testimony? Thank you very much. Any other public testimony on this topic? Seeing none. Going once, going twice. Nothing online? Nope, nothing online. All right. So we've reached our end of our morning agenda, 6 minutes tardy. My apologies. I think our afternoon isn't actually, I don't think, very full, so let's reconvene. Let's give ourselves a little bit of time since I've taken some of yours. Let's reconvene at 2 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m., and my co-chair will take care of this afternoon's business. So thank you for your morning time this morning into the afternoon, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.